Good morning. How's everybody doing this morning? Let's wait for that. Good morning. Oh. How's everybody doing this morning? Let's wait for that. Good morning. Oh. Okay. How's everybody doing this morning? All right. There we go. One moment, please. Hopefully there's no echo now. That was terrible. Hopefully there's no echo now. Why? Where's there a window open? I'm not understanding. This is very strange. Okay. Odd. Gone? I think so. Okay. How's everybody doing? Robert. Yes, I had to look that up yesterday myself. The etymology of the word. I didn't know that existed. Apparently 15th century. So you're not alone. Anyway, interesting to note. DVD no. Good morning. Good morning, Brenda. Chris Lee. Good morning. Janine Lewis. Good morning, Linda. Hope everybody is well, says Linda. Reality is an expression of different rural areas, not being homogeneously defined. Yes, well. Todd's here. Morning, where's my coffee? I've got coffee to spare if you want. I have somewhere in the other room if you'd like. Haha. Sad. Good to see you, Todd. You're broadcasting from the Kursk. Yes, certainly sounded like it. Didn't trimmed up the beard. Looks fresh. Well, I don't know. The girlfriend was saying it was looking jaggy or something. I don't know. And I went and my guy was like, "Wow, he's probably can't get it fixed up looking the way she wants." So, not that I'm exactly whooped, but try and make them happy, right? She's very patient. JJ, good morning. Rainy and Bedford. One of the simplest but clearest definitions of virality, expression of virality is as a condition of place-based homeliness. There is no single definition or measurement of virality. Oh, it's just a boo, garbage goo word. I'm going to grab some when I flip your breakers. Yes, please don't flip off the coffee breaker, though. That would not be good. Okay, so now I think I had to. Did I have to close? I did. I had it set up here. The Theater Voice came on early this morning, was announcing about 5 minutes ago that the media will be taking pictures. Okay, so they needed a few minutes to take pictures this morning. I think that guy takes real pleasure in his job. Good morning. Pleased to remind you to turn off your cell phones. There we go. All right. Da-da-da-da. Please share around. It's getting hot in the kitchen. So, good morning, Nikki Lewis. Wow, Robert's going heavy on the definitions. He's getting it figured. Going to educate us. 16 ways drawing conclusions from his model. Wow. Okay. I'm learning a lot from Robert this morning. Tracy, good morning. Watching from work. Hope you have a lovely day. You will become educated on Nova Scotia culture, as I will be. This is great for, what is it, far and aways or something like that? We've got, I hope you brought your casserole. I was asking somebody who I do know from Nova Scotia, I was asking him about pickles. Does he eat pickles? Did he eat pickles when he was growing up with Thanksgiving dinner and stuff? He looked at me kind of funny. He's like, pickles? I don't know if he was just in a bad mood. And then a little while later, I asked him again, and he said, well, there was some lady that did do that. So he was familiar with it. Oh, yes. Good morning, CSE and lawyers, MCC. Hope you're having a great day. CSE is always good. Out wrecking shit. Not very nice. I heard about somebody in this who helps out a lot. Not very happy about that, but anyway. Get into people's computers, get into people's phones, erase family members' pictures. Pretty cool, man. Pretty cool. Kelly, good morning. Rob people of their memories. Beets, mustard, pickles, bread, and all classics. I love beets. Mustard, pickles. I had a jar of them somebody from Newfoundland gave to me. I never did eat them. I ended up tossing, which is unfortunate. I don't like to waste food, but I will have to try are those the same ones, mustard pickles? They eat them over in Nova Scotia too. They have some name for them. Pouring rain in Truro. It's not pickles here. It's called green chow, green tomato chow. Oh, okay. So you can get mental health and wellness. A couple new documents dropped. Very interesting reads. One of which, let's see, can I get that? Oh, that's going to be a ways back. Oh, yeah. It was an interview with a ambulance worker that night. I didn't read it the first night it came out, but I did pop it up on the screen, and I'll tell you the first thing I noticed. She had her own lawyer. She had her own lawyer. Why would an ambulance worker need a lawyer? I'm just seeing if I can get the COM number here because it is a ways back. Some messages I was having here. Hopefully, computer working better. Oh, what am I doing here? Okay, I'm going through that ambulance stuff. All right, so Melanie Lowe, and Paula Martrell, Mark Walker, John Sanford. So I'll grab the comm numbers here for you. I'm still working my way through the ambulance person. Very, very interesting, though, I would say. They're going to get better and better as we go along. Trust me. Which reminds me, very important point was made to me, and I think fits well. The 15th falls before Brenda and, Chris and Lee and everybody else, right? I would say that it would be great timing to shut this down internally or have some red coat person. Those who are familiar with the Bible Hill March know what I'm talking about. Agent provocateur to cause some kind of disturbance somewhere in amongst the hearings or somewhere to try to get it shut down before any of those guys have to give testimony. Because they'll say, well, you know what? Poor Lisa feels traumatized here, and we can't have people getting that way, so we're going to shut down all the hearings. So hopefully, even though it's, I'm sure, very hard to maintain control through all of this process, everybody will be on their best behavior. That's for red coat people, too. Because you see, when your trick's out of the bag, you're kind of busted in advance. So don't do it. Don't do it. Because we need the documents, right? That's where the truth's coming out. Darren's notes are very interesting if you can read his, I would say, carefully ciphered goo. His cursive is perfect, but he's very good at printing in his own style. Looks good from afar. Very neat, but very difficult to read in my experience. So there's the two documents. Oh, okay. So they're asking now here for share your suggestions, research, and ideas. Oh, yes. Yes, do share everything with them because that would be good. Not. They just want the AI software can't figure it out. Stay up to date. Emails. I'm sorry, I'm missing all these messages flashing on the other screen here. Possibly Lisa might be a provocateur herself by being only proceeding and not being cross-examined, instigating public freak out. Exactly. Like, that's the point. I'm trying to say, please, I hope everybody, just calm. My girlfriend bought some stupid frog thing that says breathe deeply on it. Not for me, thank God. And, just takes a breath because they want to shut it down. Trust me. They're trying internally to do that. I've seen the workings on this one before. Don't do it. He tried, he left. Yay, the red coat. Hello, Cindy. I have to have a conversation with you. I did try calling. Do remember my phone comes up. What is it with no caller ID, right? So we have to connect though, because I have a pretty serious question to ask you. Hope all is well with you. She should feel traumatized. I found her reel Liaison. It's not Skippy. Can't find anything on this person other than a common name. Remember I talked about Brian Larkin? Don't know if they're related. Don't know. Brian Larkin, who got appointed from Windsor Police, I believe it was, to assistant commissioner in the RCMP. Fairly old, like, getting on in his years, at least, for policing. Kind of interesting. Mark Larkin, David Mark Larkin, is who was the liaison, and it's actually how did I find that? How did I find that? Oh, and I shut that window down because I find interesting things just randomly, right? I don't think it's random. There's no such thing as random. God helps you just find things. Everybody in Lisa's family requesting victim services. Adult children. Rude. Nephews. Sisters. Not everybody, but there's multiple people, and then reference to other members also requesting. Janice and Maureen and their adult children are looking. Really? Because they're traumatized. Tara didn't get an appointment until, what was that again? January 2022, singular appointment. I think other families I've spoken with had some issues with that too. But they get their own liaison. David Mark Larkin. Rainy parties. Thumbs up. Thank you for the share. The share is the real important part. Please. That's how we're, and for people, it is kind of the culture stuff. Like, obviously the Emma show is just a joke, right? To get away from the real stuff, because there's tons of real questions out there. Thank you for helping to split that up, by the way. But you see, that was the thing. Disarmed in advance, right? And that was how that was done. Knew it was coming, shut down. We know that it's coming, possibly on the 15th. Shut it down. Even if she wants cross, they won't allow it. She keep partnership on course. Not sure what's going to go on, how that's all going to go down with Lisa. Oh, they're late. Why is this late? Has anybody seen Julia? I'm getting worried now. Anybody in contact with her? At least make sure, please let me know that she's okay. She's always usually around. Maybe she was just too much or whatever right now. That's fine. Can be too much for some people. That's good. Just take a breath. Walk away. You can always revisit it. You got to have that mask, right? Good morning, Barbara. Swiss. Good morning. The greed never stops. Feels threatened. She's around on Twitter. Okay, thank you. Thank you. So, I don't, yes, maybe thank you. I'll try and look through my stuff. But if you can pass along, I'm just worried about her, and that's all. I'll make sure everybody's okay in her family. Manufacture some sort of threat towards her. Well, do you think she's going to manufacture it, or do you think other people on her behalf might? Why does Larkin have to step in on her behalf with Skippy? all within MCU. Rob Clayton, good morning. Good day. Good day. Just me, or is the Emma show not starting here? Don't know what's going on. Countryside, good morning. Got 57 in here. Hopefully we'll get some more. Can learn about pickles. I don't know. Is that what they're going to talk about? Seems real important. Or firefighters? Oh, yes. What was some of the other things I noticed? Sorry. Since they're not wanting to start, it appears. Please let me know if it started on your end and there's some kind of problem on my end, because it does appear everything is going live here.
Good morning. The proceedings will begin in 2 minutes. A reminder, please turn your cell phones off or to silent.
Okay. Who are a couple of the guests? They seemed like real. Oh, this looks different. It is different. This is a much condensed version. Oh, that's too bad. I probably still have it open in a window on maybe on my phone. Oh, yeah. Okay. Interesting. Very interesting. They've taken out a few things here, I think. Have they? Oh, maybe not. My apologies. Family, children poverty, food insecurity, health inequality, and social welfare and policy. Dr. Leslie Frank is going to talk about this. Okay. So we're going to learn about food insecurity, children's poverty, and health inequality. All right. We're going to have something about nursing coming in. Okay. Marilyn McDonald. Sociology and social anthropology with the Dalhousie. Okay, good. Okay, Dalhousie. They like the Dalhousie. Somebody's law stuff is reliant right now on Dalhousie's test. Hopefully that will pass and they will regain that, because that's very unfortunate to not be able to do your profession. Tim Bousquet has a canary in the coal mine, mildly critical of Lisa not being example. Okay. Well, we know what's going on over there. It's fairly self-evident. Let's see, when you've got the pieces and you know the players, then it's okay. It makes a little more sense. Granny Fitch lost her power suit. Okay. I heard some banging on the microphone. What, dig at Tim? I don't dig. What are you talking about? Food, no snacks for RCMP. They're doing something over there. There's the distraction technique in the bottom right-hand corner.
Bonjour et bienvenue, hello and welcome.
Bonjour et bienvenue. Nous vous rejoignons de Mi'kma'ki, le territoire ancestral et non cédé du peuple Mi'kmaq. Veuillez nous rejoindre en de famille et tous ceux qui ont été touchés par les pertes massives en avril 2020 en Nouvelle-Écosse. Aujourd'hui, nous allons explorer davantage des enjeux qui sont reliés à notre mandat, qui vont nous faire qu'on comprenne mieux comment et pourquoi les pertes massives ont eu lieu. Se forme à table ronde au sujet des aspects du bien-être communautaire dans les milieux ruraux. les cultures et les attitudes associées à la vie rurale en Nouvelle-Écosse, la livraison, la fourniture de services limités et différentiels dans le
Derp
milieu rural,
with your
santé, sécurité
website.
de ceux qui travaillent dans les collectivités
Perhaps
rurales,
somebody can let them
et
know.
comment le
I'd
contexte rural
appreciate it.
touche
I'm
leur
not
vie
fast fingers.
professionnelle. De telles tables rondes nous aident en faisant qu'on puisse entendre des experts et d'autres personnes avec des expériences pertinentes en ce qui a trait aux enjeux connexes inclus dans notre mandat. Ils nous aident à explorer les causes, contextes et circonstances qui ont contribué aux pertes massives, ils offrent des occasions afin qu'on puisse entendre des idées et des aperçus qui peuvent nous aider à motiver nos
No, I don't
recommandations
think it's
finales.
on my end because
Et il y aura également des soumissions de la
am
part
on
des
English.
participants. Et maintenant, c'est Madame la Dr Emma Conliffe, la directrice de notre équipe de recherche et politique. Alors, je m'appelle Emma Conliffe et j'ai l'honneur de servir comme directrice de la recherche et des politiques pour la Commission des pertes massives.
Oh, her voice changed. Emma's voice changed today.
Aujourd'hui, nous nous concentrons sur comprendre ce que c'est vivre en milieu rural en Nouvelle-Écosse et une exploration de la bien-être communautaire dans les milieux ruraux. Nous allons considérer les facteurs structurels qui façonnent la vie communautaire en Nouvelle-Écosse rurale. Les participants partageront
Thank you, Nikki. Thank you, Tabernacle.
Ces questions.
Tabernacle.
Un ensemble de matériaux a été préparé et partagé avec les tables rondes et les participants. Monsieur, Madame le commissaire, ces matériaux seront déposés en pièces cet après-midi. Alors, les numéros des pièces ne sont pas actuellement disponibles. On fera de notre mieux de les identifier en fonction de l'auteur et de l'année pour le dossier. Les thématiques essentielles de la table ronde sont la culture et les attitudes spécifiques à la vie rurale en Nouvelle-Écosse, la fourniture de services limitée et différenciée en milieu rural, la santé et la sécurité de ceux qui travaillent en milieu rural en Nouvelle-Écosse et comment leur rôle vont parfois au-delà des tâches typiques de leur profession en fonction du contexte rural. En fonction, je vais vous poser des séries de questions ouvertes.
Wow, this is exciting.
Votre point de vue unique, vos expériences uniques, votre expertise avec nous.
Yeah, so something's going on over there with Emma.
Je vais poser des questions de suivi et je vais animer le dialogue. Et je vous demanderai de parler lentement afin que nos partenaires en matière d'accessibilité puissent bien faire leur travail. Les discussions de table ronde formeront partie du dossier de la commission. Ils sont diffusés en direct en ce moment et seront disponibles au public sur le site web de la commission.
Very serious.
Les commissaires peuvent poser des questions
Whatever
à tout
she's
moment
saying,
et
I've
demander
got
des
that much.
clarifications à tout moment.
How do you say
Jusqu'à
derp
date,
in French?
la
I think you
commission
just say
attendait
derp.
des preuves, des témoignages et rassembler des
You
renseignements
just
sur la
open
nouvelle-
MCC
la
page
nouvelle
and it's
rurale
in English. All right, let me
plusieurs
try
façons.
again.
Nous avons interviewé des membres de la collectivité, les fournisseurs de
I'll
services.
refresh
Nous
and
avons
see.
signifié des
But I
assignations
mean,
à
it's on
produire
English. My page
pour
is
les
on
renseignements au
English.
sujet de questions telles que la fourniture de services de santé et la gestion. Les gouvernements fédéraux ont identifié des recherches, des études, des documents en matière de politique et des recherches empiriques qui ont pris en compte les services policiers en milieu rural, notamment des études dans l'ensemble de documents aujourd'hui.
Don't worry, you got the signer in the corner. The distraction technique. The socialists in this world love that. The communists.
De décision
Hardcore.
dans les collectivités rurales, notamment en ce qui a trait à la prévention de la criminalité et la sécurité publique. C'est la pièce 002633.
Cindy has issues. They don't like us listening. No, they hate this channel with a passion. Trust me.
Compréhension approfondie des collectivités rurales.
Oh, you guys all see it,
invités à se présenter.
All right, so Nikki's getting it in English. This is really screwy.
De parler de la diversité rurale.
But Cindy's got it in French. I've got it in French. Anybody else?
Sont des populations de longue date dans la province. Nous avions pris des mesures qu'il y ait des participations des membres.
I have reloaded it several times.
Mais malheureusement, en raison des circonstances inattendues, ces membres-là n'ont pas pu nous rejoindre. Ils ont fourni des recherches par et pour cette collectivité parmi les matériaux qui seront déposés devant vous. Et nous allons que les procédures ont lieu. Comme avec à chacune des discussions, table ronde ne vont pas être organisées, des événements le 18-19.
They're really in the shit. You know that, right? Like really desperate at this point.
Les documents
You can tell by
travail
reading their documents.
réaliser
It's
d'autres
just getting worse and
éléments
worse and worse and worse and
du travail
worse.
de la commission. Nous
No, everybody
menons
else is getting.
également
Okay,
une
you've got English. I don't
consultation publique en
understand.
ligne
Ken's got
et nous cherchons des apports
French.
au sujet des recommandations que vous voudriez
This is a
voir
brand new
figurer
tab.
dans le travail de la commission. Vous pouvez trouver d'autres renseignements à ce sujet sur le site web de la commission des pertes massives. C'est pertes massives, commission des pertes massives.ca sous l'onglet procédure. Cherchez
Apparently
l'option
unforeseen
soumission publique.
members of round tables.
Décisions
Tan
tableaux,
today.
nous visons à que
We're not
les
supposed to
commissaires et le
attend.
public aient une compréhension plus approfondie
No English
de notre mandat
version of this.
essentiel afin qu'on puisse s'engager dans la
English
phase
one
3
on phone as well. Jane's got
pour les
it.
leçons à tirer et
Okay.
les
You got
recommandations.
English.
Alors, je vais
I
demander à
did
chacun
start
des
it in
membres de
new
la table
tab.
ronde de se
I
présenter
can't
le
show you,
travail
but this is a
au sein
brand
d'eux
new
et
tab.
avec les collectivités rurales.
I'll try it
Et Madame
again.
la docteure Karen Foster, Karen, si je peux commencer avec vous. Oui, certainement, merci. Je m'appelle Karen Foster. Je suis une professeure agrégée de sociologie dans le ministère,
That's why I
le
shut it
département
down
de
before.
la sociologie et de
Oh,
l'anthropologie
no.
sociale à l'Université de
Okay,
Dalhousie.
something's going on
Et
over
je suis
there.
j'ai également la chaire
I think Lisa's
du
on
Canada
stage.
dans les avenirs durables en ruralité pour les
All right,
Canada
brand new
Atlantique.
tab. Let's try that.
La plupart de mes recherches est centrée sur les collectivités rurales en
Again,
Nouvelle-Écosse
times
et
2.
considère les enjeux économiques. Une analyse de recherche existante, pas mes recherches, sur la criminalité, la prévention de la criminalité et de la sécurité. Merci de nous joindre encore une fois. Bonjour, je m'appelle Robin Campbell, je suis doctorant à l'Université de Dalhousie.
I did open it in a brand new tab. Here, I'll show you.
La thérapie professionnelle dans la faculté de la santé.
I'll cut this off and then
Je considère la santé
I'll do it the old school way, but it doesn't work. Okay, so you can see my tab, right?
Qui interviennent et la facture de la ruralité et de recherche importante de l'autre face
Right.
de l'autre, pas juste dans la vie académique. C'était anciennement
English.
pompier bénévole, alors j'ai du vécu.
I can't select English. Oh, but I could select French. Maybe I select French. Yeah. Go away.
Projet jeunesse.
It doesn't matter. There we go.
Up into the Bosborough County and beyond the coast.
I also hold the Canada Research Chair there in Food, Health and Social Justice. I'm also a research associate with the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives in Nova Scotia and have been either the sole or co-author of the Nova Scotia Family and Child Poverty Report Card for the last 20 plus years. My research program mostly focuses on family and childhood food insecurity, both in rural and urban places. And I have a history of frontline service delivery work in rural Nova Scotia in the Annapolis Valley, where I coordinated a prenatal and postnatal program for women and families living in low-income circumstances, and do have some experience working in a transition house in the valley. So that's my community grounded experience that I bring into my research.
Thank you so much for joining us today, Leslie. And Dr. Marilyn McDonald.
Good morning. I am Marilyn McDonald. My pronouns are she and her. I am a nurse and I teach in the School of Nursing at Dalhousie University. I was raised on a farm in a rural community on PEI and worked on that farm and adjacent farms until I went to nursing school. I've worked in many areas of nursing, including home care. And my research interests have always been related to the older person. And of course, a great amount of home care is delivered to older persons. And so all things related to the older person and their caregivers and families are of high importance to me. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us today, Marilyn. So our first set of questions today will focus on the structural factors that shape the lives of rural people in Nova Scotia and the cultures of rural Nova Scotia. It's important for us to highlight at the outset that, in the words of Dr. Anna Suhami, who joined us last week, there is no singular rural experience. The Commission has learned through its work that within the province of Nova Scotia, there's a wide range of rural experiences and a wide range of cultures. Karen, if I can please begin with you. Your report identifies that the distinctive strengths, needs, and constraints of rural communities are frequently overlooked within government policy. In particular, your work suggests that important services delivered by government and civil sector institutions in urban places are frequently delivered by volunteers or community workers who are acting outside their core or paid roles in rural places. What produces this dynamic, and how do rural communities fill the gap?
Yeah, that's a great question, and it drives at the kind of structural roots of rural community cultures, what everyday life is like there. So there's a debate over this, but I think there's a lot of evidence to show that there is an urban bias in both policymaking and in research on a lot of more general topics. It partially comes from the difficulty of delivering certain services in rural communities just based on their distance from urban centers and also the distance between households. So if you have to cover a greater distance to deliver services to a smaller population, that's just different than the way services are delivered in urban communities. And a factor that kind of exacerbates that is that over the last, say, 50 years or more, we've seen this pressure to consolidate services. And so to increasingly have the base of service delivery in cities or pressure rural communities to combine together to deliver services, either through amalgamation or just through combined service delivery. And all of that is about, increasing efficiency and having cost savings and all of that kind of thing. But the result is that services they get further and further away from rural needs, local needs, and they might be more generic and not as targeted to the specific circumstances of a rural community. So those are like big processes that actually have very little to do with rural communities themselves, but are part of this drive for efficiency that kind of dominates everything, business, government, everything. So I think that's kind of the big common factor is just this drive for consolidation and efficiency.
And if I can follow up on that, Karen, what does your research suggest about how rural communities and rural residents seek to fill the gaps produced by those kinds of policies?
Well, through volunteer work, we see it in volunteer fire departments and also just in personal connections, families, communities. So I do some research on the experience of families with disabilities, whether that's the parents or the children. And they tend not to turn to institutions to the same degree as urban families do. And part of it is that it means you have to get in the car and you have to go somewhere, whereas family can come to you. And there's just an ethos of taking care of each other because people are in some ways more connected. And again, that's a bit of a stereotype. It's not the same in every rural community, but just the nature of being small and having to provide for each other when the state doesn't step in means that rural communities are seen to be higher in like social capital, that kind of connecting stuff that helps us take care of each other.
Thank you very much. Rob and Karen's just alluded to Volunteer Fire as an example of the kind of volunteerism and community building that can play out within rural communities. Of course, that's your expertise and experience. I'm hoping that you can please give us some examples from your experiences as a volunteer firefighter of how communities step into the gaps that Karen has identified and how volunteer fire brigades in particular find a way to serve their communities and the demands that are placed on those who volunteer with fire brigades.
Yeah, absolutely. So with volunteer firefighters and the volunteer fire service, it really is, when we look at a rural community, as a central piece to the community in the way of it's a known spot, it's a known place that we can go for help and service in that way. And with that firefighters, while they provide the emergency service for whatever that might look like, it is also a substantial community service that they're doing as well. So we see our firefighters very involved in community events, fundraising, like you said, for our communities. And generally in our rural communities, we see the community halls are at the fire departments. And so the firefighters are running those various services. So firefighters wear many different hats in the rural communities to be able to provide that service to the community. And come from all walks of life, genders, ages. We see firefighters as young as 14 years old in our communities up to, I've seen firefighters who are in their 80s doing the radio operation and helping with those community events. So it really is this more than an emergency service in the community. It's a really central community asset and the people that are there and wearing those various different hats and providing those services.
Thank you. And I imagine that the equipment, the trucks, the uniforms, the radios, none of this is cheap. How do fire services fund the work that they do?
So there's multiple different ways, and it depends on where you go in the province, what that might look like. There certainly is a fire tax that is through the taxes that is paid, and that does pay for some things. But generally what you will see is the firefighters doing fundraising. You'll see boot drives, you'll see bingos, you'll see multiple different ways that are happening in the communities. And that is a substantial way, especially the more rural that you go, we see that more and more. And that's how those firefighters do have to fund the equipment, the trucks, the equipment for themselves, pay for the fire department, pay for everything that goes into running an actual hall. That tends to be another reason that a community hall might be within a fire department and in that structure, is not only as a community service, but as a fundraising piece for that fire department. So, and that what that entails.
Thank you. Leslie, in the first time we spoke, you identified that some features of rural community life that are often framed as attitudes or culture are more properly described as products of the structural conditions of rural life, in particular structural inequality. What do you mean by the term structural, and what are the features or the factors that you would include within this analysis of rural life?
Thank you for the question. Yes, when I think of the words culture, I think of a shared way of living, and there's cultures that are small, like shared areas, you know, how we live our lives in terms of our daily lives. And there are cultures in both urban and rural places that are shared ways of living, but they're based on structural conditions that are made up of a variety of factors. So, you know, our social locations in life a combination of our resources, our race, our gender, our abilities, and we all have different social locations that shape our experiences of living. So we can't really say that there's one rural culture. We can't say that there's a rural attitude that's homogenous, just like we can't say the same thing about urban spaces. We all have a variety of privileges or disadvantages that mark our social location. But there are social conditions that may be at play that are shared, and I would say that that marks how we live in rural and urban places. So, and I'll speak to, or I'll echo some of what Dr. Foster mentioned about what it means to live rurally, and the lack of public infrastructure. And that might be anything from weak or rural internet that doesn't work, and you cannot, for example, take part in a prenatal education program, which have moved online, or needing to travel to services, health services that really should be considered essential services, like having a baby. And so sort of based on some research that a colleague and I did several years ago about access to maternity care services in rural Nova Scotia, the stories from women were, they feared giving birth on the side of the road, or they had to travel to see not just specialized maternity care, but maternity care at all. Quite a long distance, which required childcare that they needed to pay for out of pocket, eating in the city with the expense of that, parking, the expense, and time away from work. So we can think about the social conditions are different, and that might even be, access to good jobs that pay a living wage. And so the public infrastructure differences. And so in this way, geography becomes part of our social location. And there's also structural inequalities that each one of us experiences in different ways. So not homogeneous experiences. And attitudes is not the issue for me. It's, as a sociologist, I like to ground people's lived experiences in social conditions.
Thank you very much. Marilyn, we've heard a little bit about, for example, rural firefighters, about prenatal care. How do the factors that others have identified so far play out in the work of home care health providers in rural Nova Scotia and in unpaid caregivers, such as family members? What is the slack that these groups are picking up with respect to the kinds of structural conditions that Leslie and Karen have described? And how do these groups contribute to the sustainability of rural communities?
Please take note of Barbara's comment on the screen. They are told not to speak of Portapique or try to compare their experiences to Portapique.
Care client. That situation is more advantaged than if you're all on your own. So in thinking about what my colleague Leslie Frank has said, there's so much variation from situation to situation. The one thing, though, that's common, and we know very, very well from the research, is that people want to be in their homes. And so whatever it takes for that to happen, they themselves, home care clients and families, the efforts that they make to be able to stay in their homes are astronomical. And the people who deliver and provide care to them, whether that be a paid provider or whether that be a neighbor or whoever it might be, they go above and beyond to be able to make that happen. And in the whole home care delivery, the relationships that are established in rural communities, first of all, very often the people that are delivering home care, they know the client and the family on a personal level. In urban areas, that's more the exception than the rule, but it's opposite. In urban areas, but in rural areas, it's unlike if you don't know them well, you know of them and things about their situations. And so the commitment to make sure that people get what they need to the greatest extent possible is in the forefront of the people delivering care and the people receiving. I'm not sure if I addressed everything, Emma, but because I didn't catch part of the question, so.
Absolutely, Marilyn. Thank you. You have. I guess my other question was those who provide care, whether in a paid capacity or as unpaid caregivers, what contributions are they making to the sustainability of their communities by performing that work?
The caregiver, and are you talking about both paid and unpaid? Okay. So certainly unpaid caregivers, the literature on the billions of dollars that are of unpaid care that's delivered in this country is unimaginable. And so very many people just do it because that's the thing to do. And they care for individuals and want them to have care. In terms of paid providers, every home care client, there's a plan of care established for them. And typically you're expected to follow that plan of care, but inevitably, both unpaid and paid caregivers, not only do they meet what's in that plan of care, in many cases they exceed it. And when they see a need that a client or family has, and it's not part of the plan, they just don't say, oh, well, it's not part of the plan, so, you know, I can't do it or I won't do it. It's over and over again, they just go ahead and do what it takes to meet that need, or they rally who and what they think it might take to meet that need.
Thank you so much, Marilyn. As members of the Roundtable have already identified, the rural experience varies widely. Leslie has identified that factors such as systemic racism and other experiences of marginalisation play a particular role in shaping the lived experience of rural communities. Madonna, you work directly with 2S LGBTQ+ communities in rural Nova Scotia. What challenges do members of this community experience, and to what extent do you think their experiences are different from those of their urban counterparts?
Well, I think the biggest thing is catching up to the perception that in this day and age, it's okay to be gay and it's okay to self-identify how you want. And in an urban setting where there's anonymity, one can do that with ease. However, in a rural setting, I often hear people who have come out of the closet describe themselves as feeling like the only queer in the village. And so there's still a lot of shame and a lot of internalized homophobia and transphobia that these people are dealing with as they make that journey to their authentic self. Oftentimes we see poor coping skills in the form of addictions and high-risk behavior. The other thing is that in a rural setting, oftentimes when a senior goes to get home care or health care, they will return back to the closet So oftentimes the support services that are available are very heteronormative and aren't equipped to deal with that diverse community and don't even know how to often properly intake the new clients and ask the right questions. And so there's just this disadvantage there that's clouded by this perception that everyone's okay with gay folk and trans folk. So we're competing with a falsehood out there while we're still trying to find our own pathway.
Thank you. Research suggests that while the beliefs of rural residents are as diverse as those of urban residents, a greater proportion of rural residents hold conservative social values. Commissioners, this trend is documented in the article by Maclay and Ramos on political citizenship values, which is included in today's package. Madonna, how can the presence of neighbours who strongly adhere to conservative and religious values shape the experience?
The answer is on the screen, and it may be more than just an opinion.
And so I could give you so many examples of local schools on the west side of Cape Breton, for example, Inverness, Shetty Camp, Margaree, when the school would decide to just put up a pride flag on a given day, having 10 phone calls of complaint before 9 a.m. saying that that was disgusting and to pull it down. So I think that there needs to be also an acknowledgement of the fact that families behind closed doors have sometimes really offensive and discriminatory views, which they are fully aware shouldn't be aired in public. They're not socially acceptable, but the children in those households are still hearing those words, and they're being shaped by the discrimination. So it is quite a challenge to encourage kids to, and not just kids, that's the other thing, is that sometimes I think the younger generation has more courage and audacity to step out and try to reveal who they really are, where a 30-year-old and older would still feel very confined. So there's that duplicitous experience of being secretly who you are, and that leads into a position to be in abusive relationships when it's a secret, closeted relationship. And then the fallout for that is that the support services that exist in rural communities aren't equipped to deal with 2S LGBTQ plus abusive relationships. And oftentimes they're minimized by police forces or the authorities in the location because it's just seen as perhaps a fight between two girls and not truly an intimate partner violence situation where there's an abuse of power. So, and even just the legitimacy of the relationships. The other thing I would like to say is that there's still a population of men who have sex with men who do not identify as the 2S LGBT community. They identify as straight and hetero, but they have physical relationships with other men. And so they fall outside of any sort of work that the queer community is doing, because they have that internalized sense of homophobia so deeply ingrained in them that they don't even recognize themselves as being a part of that community. And so there's just all these blocks that are in our system that prevent my community from being recognized and being serviced in a respectful and appropriate way.
Thank you for sharing that with us today. Madonna, I do have one more question for you. I know that your work includes working with Two-Spirit members of the Mi'kmaq community in Cape Breton, or Unama'ki. I understand that they have asked you to share some insights on their behalf today. What is it that you've been asked to share with us?
I work a lot with the high school in Escazone, so I consider myself a strong ally of the Indigenous community in Cape Breton and Unama'ki, and I've been asked to remind the Commission of the violence against Indigenous women and girls. I've been asked to remind the Commission of the intergenerational trauma that the families growing up in Indigenous communities are still grappling with right now. The other thing is that it's not part of the traditional way for Indigenous people to be homophobic and to be transphobic. That's actually a direct response to the colonization of their communities. And so they're trying to figure out a pathway to return to those more traditional beliefs where a two-spirited individual traditionally was actually elevated within that community and considered to some effect being greater than. They were blessed by the creator with a male and female spirit. But unfortunately, because of colonization and because of, Western and Christian perspectives, they have been shaped by those influences. And now there is great shame and oppression on that subject. So Escazone is a great example of an Indigenous community that has taken strides in the last 10 years to unburden themselves of those ill-informed opinions of their culture. But still, it's deeply ingrained, and so there's a lot of sexual assaults that happen. There's violence that happens within that community, and there's not often a safe pathway to report those acts of violence. Just that the burden that they carry is so heavy, and that the system is not there to really lift them up and to understand the depth of circumstances that surround them.
Thank you for sharing that message today, and please convey our thanks as well to the community in Escazone that shared it with you. For reasons and drivers that Karen has already explained, inequalities of access to social services and infrastructure are arguably growing as between rural and urban communities. The social determinants of health extend well beyond access to health services in rural communities to include economic stability, education, community connections, housing, food, and community infrastructure. These determinants impact community well-being and are tied to social policy. Leslie, in the package of materials for today's roundtable, we included the 2020 report on child and family poverty that you co-authored. It states, among other things, that the Sydney-Victoria riding has a child poverty rate of 36.6%, and 5 additional rural ridings, Cape Breton, Canso, Cumberland, Colchester, Central Nova, Halifax and West Nova, have rates that are represented in the highest quintile of child poverty rates nationally. What drives child poverty in Nova Scotia, and what can be done to address the problem?
Thank you for the question. The conditions for poverty, what creates it, are not neutral. They're systemic pathways to it, and then there's systemic entrapments. So from what we know from the data, and there's different data sources. Some are annual, and some are every 4 years with the census, right? So unfortunately, we only know disaggregated data about, who is poor when we have the census data. So we can dig deeper. And we know that based on census data, poverty is racialized, it's gendered, and it's rooted in colonial relations in this province and across Canada. And poverty rates vary considerably within Nova Scotia. And we know that mostly by looking at tax filer data, which we can do annually. Tax filer data doesn't tell us much about the tax filer, right? We all do our income tax returns, and we know what information we provide. But we can map that geographically quite well by postal codes, and even rural postal codes. And in the Child Poverty Report Card, we provide some small geography data that allows us to see where the highest and the lowest child poverty rates are. And it can range from 3% to over 70% of children in those geographical areas that would be considered low income. So they're living in families where their incomes are below a particular threshold. But we don't know much about like who they are, but we can make some guesses based on what we know about the demographics of those areas, based on what we know from the census. So when you overlay that, you can see that the highest child poverty rates are in communities that are racialized. So, for example, it's one of the biggest drivers, I think, of the high rates. Now, remember, this is a postal code geography. It's not the name of a community. But in postal areas that include First Nations reserves, we'll see quite high child poverty rates. We also see high child poverty rates in North Preston, for example. So these are some examples. There are high child poverty rates in both urban and rural areas, though. And these are communities that can be very close to each other. If you dig down even into HRM, postal code, what are called forward sortation areas, you can see quite a difference of poverty rates in communities that are side by side each other in HRM. So it's both a rural and an urban issue. Of course, the outcomes of that are different depending on where you live, which coincides with what we're saying about access to public services. So, there's a bit of a, I would say, misconception that it's cheaper to live rurally. Perhaps housing might be cheaper, but it might be poorer quality housing. The cost of food is higher in rural areas, despite the fact that, local food is produced there. Incomes are lower. There's less access to childcare. And so the consequences of child poverty are different in rural areas. And then if you layer on top of the intersecting inequalities that are the drivers, and one of the main ones, which actually didn't, and I'd really like to highlight, is gender inequality. More than 50% of children living in lone parent families, which are primarily female-led, are living under the low income line, of which this the low income measure after tax. I mean, and that's not just about family structure, that's about who's leading the families and who's doing that labor and taking care of children. So it's gendered, it's racialized, it's in both rural and urban areas, and it is very much deeply rooted in colonial relations.
Thank you. One of the consequences or sequelae of poverty is food insecurity. And I know that your research focuses on food security, particularly for infants and their mothers. What drives food insecurity in rural communities in Nova Scotia, and how do those who are faced with food insecurity seek to address that problem?
You might have to repeat the last half of that question, but I can begin. The drivers of food insecurity are income-based. That's how we measure food insecurity in Canada. It is an outcome of financial constraint. So it's not the same as poverty, but it's linked to poverty. And in many ways, food insecurity is a much stronger marker of material deprivation than income, because by the time you can't put food on the table for a family, it means you've exhausted all other possibilities. You've borrowed all the money you could borrow, you've used your credit cards if you have them, you've gone to the food bank. So what food insecurity as an indicator picks up is this very strong demonstration of material deprivation.
Thanks, Leslie. And the second part of my question is how do those who experience food insecurity seek to address that challenge?
Yeah, I mean, we often think that we've got it licked by a food charity system. Like Canada has not developed any policies directly related to addressing food insecurity. We've left it to community organizations, voluntarily run often, with an aging population doing the work. And currently, with the cost of food, those community organizations are run ragged trying to support people accessing food. And that's what I'm hearing from my family resource friends across the province right now. But interestingly, only about 20% of the food insecure actually access food charity. So it's not a good indicator of the problem. It's the problem's much beyond, and we can't use food bank statistics to really capture it. What families are more likely to do, families and individuals, and you know, single individuals are really impacted by this because they have less access to government transfers. But typically the first, you could call it coping mechanism, I guess, would be to borrow money or get food from friends and family, or to stay with family members for a while because you're worried about you're running out of food before the end of the month. Typically, you know, when we pick up statistics on childhood food insecurity, we know that that family is severely food insecure. So we measure food insecurity in degrees, sort of marginal, moderate, and severe. And once people say they cut the size of their child's meals or children skip meals, we know that they're severely food insecure because parents will protect children and take the brunt of food insecurity and not eat themselves, typically as a first line of defense. Borrowing money, going to stay with relatives, using credit cards, using other sources of money, and actually like sharing food amongst each other if you have resources to do so, and going more recently online to find food, particularly for infants, through Kijiji and Facebook Marketplace and other social media platforms where people share, trade, sell, and seek and make pleas of desperation.
Madonna, please go ahead.
My work so I am not an academic. My insight is from lived experience, but there's just a few points here that I'd like to add about food insecurity. First of all, as frontline service providers in rural communities, regardless of what our mandate is, we're always dealing with empty bellies. And so that's one of those invisible budget lines. You know, my mandate is to make the province a safer, healthier, happier place for 2S LGBTQ kids. But I'm also feeding them when they come to access our services because they're hungry, you know? So that's one of those things that I feel like when you look at all the organizations trying to plug the holes out there, that food budget line is much higher than people realize. And it seems quite, it's very basic common sense that you can't service one need when a person is standing there hungry. You have to feed the belly. I want to say that sex for survival is much more common in rural communities than people probably realize. There's people that have power and they use that power to get what they want, and what they want is sometimes a body. And so there's a lot of people that are dependent on their very survival, and the only thing that they have to trade for their food or shelter is their bodies. And so sex work is again, one of those invisible things that we don't consider in rural communities. We think sex work is something that's exchanged on a street corner, but it can be someone walking across a field to do their duty to get some food for their family. And the quality of food available at food banks is actually quite shameful. But there's also another thing here, which is intergenerational poverty often involves the loss of skills, including how to prepare whole foods. So it's a catch-22 that a lot of the food provided in the food bank is really processed and poor nutritional value and high carb, so prone for weight gain, even though you're poor. But even when there are ingredients available to cook, the people who are receiving those ingredients may no longer have the capacity to prepare the food in the kitchen. So there's a systemic breakdown as to how to deliver high nutritional quality food to people, because there's no easy handout to solve. There has to be supports involved in equipping these people to provide for themselves better.
Madonna, thank you so much for sharing those insights on the basis of your work. Marilyn, I'm also conscious that home care health providers, of course, when they're in and out of people's homes, see the impacts of the kinds of poverty that Madonna and Leslie have described. I wonder if you can share any reflections on the role played by home care health providers in this space.
Could I get you to repeat that Emma, please?
Yes, of course. What insights come from your research or your work as a home care health provider, public health nurse, about what nurses and healthcare providers see of food insecurity and the other sequelae of poverty in rural areas?
Okay. Certainly, when I think of my experience, not only in home care, but in public health nursing as well, absolutely, it's many situations we do encounter that, and fortunately, I mean, the other agencies that exist in the community, the number and the level of organization of all the shoulder services, as Madonna has referred to, if communities don't have a network of services such as that, when I think of where percentages are higher, the first thing that goes through my mind is I wonder what supports there are in that community as a whole, because I think you can be I don't think I know, you can be a rural community highly organized with high levels of volunteerism, and the community is automatically better off because of that. But if the opposite occurs, and I've worked in both situations where you just knew that you came into a home care situation after several visits, you have a sense of where all the gaps and needs are. And also, if you're the nurse in that situation or whoever's coming into the home, your need for knowledge of what all is available in the community is paramount, and then being able to match what's out there or help and it's trust is a huge piece as well. When I come into a family situation, they don't automatically trust me, and so you have to build that trust. And then in terms of you see a need and you can tell an individual or a family about a service, but it doesn't automatically mean that it's going to happen. And I've seen it take me weeks to months to be able to connect a family with a service, because for all the reasons that Madonna's talked about, there are judgments that are passed on individuals if they take certain services or accept certain services. So people are always wondering, is there a consequence? Is there something attached to, if I say yes, then what? Because they've likely had very untoward experiences. So that for me is such, the likelihood in an urban area of having a certain basket of services is much more likely than it is in a rural community. But rural communities that I was thinking of, an individual I visited in a rural community not all that long ago, and this individual had actually been church organist in several churches in that community and surrounding communities. And then they fell ill and were confined to home and so forth. And it was amazing how that community rallied because of the knowledge, they knew this person and the person knew them. And so they automatically, the person was accepting of the help that came in. And the recovery of that person was, well, people were amazed at, as ill as this person was and as many needs they had, and how, and this is an individual living by themselves, but the way everyone rallied in that situation was amazing. And that's, so when you think of all the moving parts that, and I think back to both Madonna and to Leslie talking about, like, there isn't it's not one way that things are or that they happen. Every individual situation has its strengths and vulnerabilities. And figuring those out and getting a match where needed is, it's so invisible, the work that it takes to make those matches and to support those situations. But without it, and in situations where the other thing that I just can't say enough about is though the caregivers, and I referred to them earlier, the unpaid caregivers, what they do is unbelievable, but they're always at risk of becoming the client or the patient themselves because they can only give to a certain extent. And then if there aren't services and supports for them as well. Some communities now, when a client is assessed, not only do they assess the client, but the caregiver in that situation to get a sense of how well they are and how well they are likely to remain. Because if they fall apart, then the whole situation collapses.
Thank you so much. Leslie, one of the things that you and I have talked about a little bit is that the method of delivery of food security services has changed somewhat as a result of the pandemic, as has the degree of need. I wonder if you can share what you've observed about those patterns and about government attempts to address that.
Sure. What we saw happen sort of early into the pandemic was the rallying of community organizations and family resource sector in supporting their already current, participant bases because they were no longer coming to programming. So they recognized this need of help in accessing food. So they sort of mobilized to start delivering, as did food banks. Sort of for the first time ever, the federal government, or any government really, put money towards this work in the community. So they gave funding to food banks and other community organizations, which when you think about it, it probably doesn't amount to very much per person, but it was the first time that governments got behind food charity as a response to food insecurity. Very much contrary to the evidence, though, that food charity actually addresses food insecurity. That being said, what I'm hearing from my community partners doing this work is that they're getting calls from new people, and the need is greater, and even more so now, even outside of lockdown, right? So with the high cost of the inflation and food inflation in particular, but inflation across the board. So a sector that, you know, was doing all kinds of varied types of supports previously, such as parent support groups, play groups for children, camps for kids in the summer. They've really had to shift, and are using a lot of their time and energy and resources to be providing food for people via the 211 provincial number where you call for advice on meeting your needs. And it's not just families with children anymore. So they're serving beyond their original mandates to provide food for seniors, single people living alone, and it's shifted the nature somewhat of their work, likely meaning that they're able to do less of all the things that they have been providing before.
Thank you. And just for the benefit of the record, Leslie, I just wonder if you can give a brief explanation of what family resource centres are and the role that they've traditionally filled and how they operate.
Yeah. Family resource centers exist throughout the province, with a variety of funding. Back in the early 90s, through the Public Health Agency of Canada, there was a new birth of family resource centers that had federal funding, through the Canada Prenatal Nutrition Program and also the Community Action Program for Children. But there was other provincially funded family resource centers in existence and continues to be, and they sort of work, in a network of, they're a network of family resource centers throughout the province, so both in rural areas and in urban areas. And of course, they don't cover all areas. I mean, they're not in every community. They're a patchwork of programs that do outreach work and also on-site programming. And it can be anything from prenatal supports to postnatal supports, food box deliveries, parent education, advocacy work for families that need help accessing services, government services, don't know how to navigate what is a very complicated landscape, particularly accessing income assistance and navigating child protection, and so they do a lot of advocacy, one-on-one advocacy with parents, and they also advocate for social justice and poverty reduction, and are active organizations in that regard.
Thank you. Leslie shared with us a report that was recently completed by the Network of Family Resource Centres about some of the trends that they're seeing within the needs for families in Nova Scotia, which will be entered into the record before you, Commissioners. Karen, if I may turn back to you. You study how government policies impact the lives of rural people. In your experience, are policymakers attentive to the kinds of structural realities that we've been discussing in the past little while?
So I think, I can't think of it at the level of individual policy makers, but when you look at the policy that is eventually made, I think that there are blind spots around the needs of rural communities, and around the diversity of rural communities. And there's also just a lack of attention to rural in general. We recently did some research just looking for where rural policy lives. across Canada, and there's just not much of it that's actually explicitly targeted to rural communities. They get mentioned in policies that are more generic, but it's clear that they're not represented, and there's not a whole lot of targeted rural policy. I'll leave it at that.
That's great. Thank you very much. Commissioners, I'm about to move to a new topic, and so I wonder if this would be an appropriate moment to take a break.
Sure. Thank you so much. We'll take a 15-minute break.
Okay, I'm going to ask a favor. Please share this around on your social media, and put in the top. This is how the Government of Canada, MCC, answers families when they get murdered. This is how they show their love for Canadians. And then maybe pose a question in there. Like, please tell me what answers you hear about April 18 and 19. Please, I ask of you, please share that around on your social media platforms and put that heading in there. I want people to remember these people, right? They're told not to talk about it, but they participate in it. You're just as guilty. The banner I have down below, funnily enough, applies to all of them because it's 100% female dominated. Robert saw that right away. Do you see what they're doing? They're engineering it. They throw in the gender. They've been throwing in the, have you seen it in the media? Maybe I'll review a few stories, maybe at lunch. They're warming up. But people need to see this. There's another case I follow quite closely. I watch a few. But I'll tell you, one family somewhere else in this country is making huge strides. And that's because they're coming out in force. There is like literally a physical display of them constantly. They contact the media. It's just a flood, right? Like some of the stuff I've been asked for before. You know, that's one. I was sitting around talking to my girlfriend last night about it. You take that times 23 and all the affected Nova Scotians, it's going to be so mammoth. They wouldn't even have a wide screen or wide lens enough to fit it everything in. It would be huge. And because of their physical display and a lot of other things, of course, but the physical display has made a huge difference in the media. They can't ignore it. Framing the narrative. Yep. We have to get out. I mean, I know I'm not down there. I received a message asking me to come, and I want to so badly. I do. But the problem is if I come, then I'm not able to stream. I think that is vital. And I have no idea what would happen even if I did. I'd love to be there as a support. I try to be always, at least, from afar at this point. But we'll see. There will be a time. But we need to collectively do what we can. And I assure you, they're making massive changes. This other group. This here is making huge changes. That's why they're all shitting their pants. It just gets worse and worse every day. They reach for anything and everything under the sun, trying to find the skirts, I always have called them. The war room since 2020 in April, I'm like, the war room. Because that's what they were doing. They were gearing it all up for this garbage. They're shitting their pants. But if you want this for your family, then watch silently. If you don't, and I know that's I'm kind of putting an ultimatum on there. I'm not meaning it that way, but share it, get it around. People have to wake up here. Other people who have no idea. You mean if my family gets murdered, this is how they're going to treat me? You mean my government doesn't care? You mean my police force doesn't care? I read that in an article. Oh, no, it was in an interview. Wow. I don't trust them anymore. This is coming from somebody who probably should. They're like, no. EMS worker. And they're like, I don't trust them. I trusted them before. I don't trust them at all anymore since this. But I'll have to read their own words. But it was said previously in the comments why this is going on. It wasn't a hint, like an opinion. It wasn't that was kind of an inside scoop, potentially. Why this is going on, why they're talking about food insecurity, why they're talking about poverty, why they're talking about Aboriginal rights, why they're talking about, what was the list I had even there of one of them, one show one day? Do you remember that day? And I just kept making a bigger list. Seniors, CB radios, poverty, age, race, language barriers, natural disasters, technology like smartwatches, hammers, fridges, self-promotion of stuff, holistic posters. This is crazy. But that is because the war room is shitting their pants. Look at all the stuff that's been happening in the media. Everything happens in patterns and cycles around events. And they'll snow all kinds of other things in there in the media, because that's what they do. Try and distract. It's like the hand signer, right? No, you can't see what's going on here. We'll talk about other things. We'll talk about over here. We'll talk about moon landings and and they'll bring in, I'm being facetious, but they potentially could, easily bring in things like snowbird deaths or helicopter downings in the Mediterranean, and how military personnel from Nova Scotia are affected because of that. You know, but the 23, they can't talk about that because they can't talk about that. Yeah. And it very easily could happen to anybody here. Easily. Myself included. And that's what's terrifying. I think about the kids. Oh no. I think about the first responders who are going to be suffering long-term PTSD because of having to keep lids on things. This is why, that's exactly why it was held off for 2 years. That's why they're still appealing for help. Please tell us what you know so we can figure out an answer, because we're really fucked here. Those people keep poking holes in our story. They keep talking rational, logical thought here. Keep asking pertinent, important, on-topic questions. They have real emotions and feelings. NDAs don't mean shit. Bring it to me. Legally. Bing. Lawyers. Fuck that, man. That's what lawyers are there to do. That's what my family did. In some cases, anyways. Precedent setting. They want to pass a law? Oh, watch it. Watch it burn down, man. We'll take it to the Supreme Court and destroy it. That's what lawyers, real lawyers, do. They don't just sit there and make deals and bargains. And I mean, what the hell is going on? Oh, blah, blah. We won't do that. We're not going to upset the apple cart. That's the whole point about being a lawyer. You're supposed to. Yes, you do. But my technology doesn't. I've been trying to think about it. I don't think it works. Plus, I eats up a garbage pile of data. I'm trying to think something. But, what are they going to do if I come? Are they going to make a scene? Are they going to point a finger and say, oh, it's because of that guy over there? He's a misogynist or he's a whatever, I think this is a hurdle right now. Getting through Lisa's stuff with no bumps. And when people cause bumps, like Bible Hill, you just give them a hug. We love you. It's okay. You want to try and cause shit, arson of people rock tour, we'll shut down. It's okay. We love you. Yeah, but no, we're not having that. We love you. We care about you. It kind of disarms the whole thing. And everybody's like, okay. Remember Charlene? Remember how that happened? There were discussions about all that previously, because kind of know what's in their cards. You do the same thing every time. Is the Canadian media owned by the government? Yes. They get grants. There's only a very small group of people that own all of the media. What kind of kickbacks do you think they get? Comes down from the top. You either write the story, you don't have a job. If you write something out of line, well, seriously, your job is gone. And you're blackballed in the industry because how many places can you go? I don't think that at all. I think Nova Scotians are truly strong. But it's being able to vocalize that and not worry about what people are going to do. They count on the fear. They always have counted on the fear. This is how this whole system works on a big picture. Oh, I can't say that. I'm afraid. Maybe somebody might think something about me, or they'll call me something or whatever. And your point, if I'm being logical and I bring evidence and it's based evidence, supported by lots of things, it's not opinions. I ask logical questions. The problem is what again? Oh, right. Nothing. Well, the opposite of misogyny is misandry. Look, I'm seeing equality on that rhombus table there. Lots of equality going around. And I know I'm not being a misogynist because I know my numbers. And most people who watch are the lovely ladies in here. The vast majority of my audience, ladies. Big hearts coming out. People exist here, man. I'm sure out there. Sorry. I'm sure other than here can contest it too. I'm sure. I'm not following you, sad. Just win them with logic. Logic. What do you have to bring to the table? You know, when you have a discussion with somebody. What do you have? Let's see it. Let me see those hospital reports. Let me see those doctors. Put them up. Let's see them all. Let me see the nurses. Let me see all the police reports from before. Let me see all your friends, because they're going to be more than happy to come forward. Those kinds of things. Or is it just all smoke and mirrors, all fiction? Oof. Because you think after 2.5 years, you can have a lot more than a Word file. A Word file. Really? Okay. And at this point, you're going to have a lot, and you better have witnesses who will go on the record with affidavits attesting to what they say, because if it comes out that they're a lie, hold them in perjury. Jail time. Dash cams. Dash cams. Oh no, they don't exist. Really? Proved it. No, they don't exist. Really? Notice, Skippy? Uh-huh. Question came from where? You have a lot more power over there than you may think. And you have a lot more power. That's the thing. People have so much power. It's amazing as individuals. We have all been told we have none. We have to operate as a huge group. Bullshit. Seems like, yep. 100% Judy. Welcome. Or hello. Not welcome. I see a few new faces in here. Thank you. It's really good to see, and on all the old family. We are a family, helping families.
The proceedings will resume in 2 minutes. A reminder, please turn your cell phones off or to silent.
I don't know. I mean, this is a real quandary for me. It is. It's always been. It is. And it tears me up every day. It really does. Because it's one thing to hear a voice. It's another thing to see a person. And more importantly, I want to be there for the families. You know, they're not alone. I will stand and I will fight. Not that they're not fighting, but I will be along their side always. Just as I will be there for you. And I pray tell that you would be there for me. Or as you are here and sharing the message around, we'll be here, are here for families. The families of the 23, because that's why we're here. I don't toe lines. Never did. Caused issues in my life, I'm sure, but whatever. That's how we learn. How dare you ask me questions? I'm pissed that they attacked somebody's computer in this story. It's so wrong. I'll be there, don't worry. I have to get my there's a few things I definitely want to do when I come down. After everything is all said and done. I'm going to go fishing, go to the beach. I've never been to East Coast Canada, so that would be great. Some restaurants I already have picked out too. I like food, not just the RCMP food trucks. And the, what is it called here? The food insecurity. That's a new garbage word. It was dreamed up, what was it, about 4 years ago, 5 years ago.
Thank you. Emma?
Thank you, Commissioners. So our next series of questions is going to explore the limited and differential service delivery in rural areas a little more deeply, including social work services, emergency response, home care, and mental health supports that support community wellbeing. Marilyn, if I can please begin with you. Drawing on your research and professional experience, how does the provision of healthcare services look different in rural communities? What kinds of tasks do healthcare providers perform to make up for the lack of infrastructure and for challenges such as car dependency in these communities?
Thank you. So when I think of rural communities and services, although home care certainly involves nursing services at times, really support services such as help with housekeeping, help with personal care, meal preparation, all those things. The availability of individuals to provide that, the numbers certainly in no way compare to what's available in urban areas. However, going back to talking about communities and community support, certainly rural communities are amazing in their, if they know or even hear of an individual who has a particular need, they will attempt to do their best to try and provide that for them. Um, uh, just the way that, because they believe it's the right thing to do. When I think of professional services, such as nursing care, I believe, and I know from my experience, that we probably over-relied on whoever else was in that household to be able to do, it could be dressing changes, it could be a variety of maybe the changing of support hose. What I've seen families learn to do in order to be able to support someone at home is absolutely amazing. And the other piece is, if you're living in a rural community and there's, for example, in winter, ice or snow, and trying to get to a particular individual, the likelihood of the road being open is, first of all, the timeliness of the road being open and salted and so forth. So we would actually prepare families to do for themselves with a level of expectation that we don't necessarily apply in an urban area, because the likelihood of being able to get to whatever dwelling place, there may be some delay, but not an inordinate delay. So I really do believe that our expectations of what those individuals do is, you can look at it two ways, because they want to be at home, and so they do take on an awful lot. And you can say willingly. I think there's the willingness is a trade-off for them being able to be and live and do what they can where they are. But I think we need to be mindful all the time if we're not taking advantage in situations as well.
Thank you very much. Robin, one of the articles in today's roundtable package states that more than 80% of the firefighting services in Canada are delivered by volunteers. How do communities that depend on volunteer fire services sustain them? And in particular, what are the challenges presented by an ageing rural population, outmigration, and the number of rural residents of working age who commute to cities or other communities for paid employment?
Yeah, in Nova Scotia, that number is closer to 90% of our volunteer fire service. And so one of the significant challenges in our rural communities for firefighters is recruitment and retention, to have those individuals with volunteering. And I think this is across many volunteer groups, not necessarily just volunteer firefighters. But when we look at volunteer firefighting, we know the aging population. So especially when I did my research, I was interviewing people that have been in the fire service for 25, 30, 40 years and saying to me, we need the younger people to come and volunteer and do this. And how do we get them when we know different challenges that exist for the younger firefighters? And with saying that, there's so much to that, because volunteer firefighting is something that you're doing, as I kind of alluded to, in spare time and doing this outside of things. But also it does kind of come into your daily life as well, because when you're on call 24/7 to respond to emergency incidents or to provide service to your community, that interferes with whatever you do for your day job or your income source, whatever that might look like. If you have to leave work, what does that look like? Does your employer support that? Am I still going to get paid if I leave, or am I losing my income for the day by leaving to respond to these emergencies? Maybe you're a business owner, a farmer. What does that look like to leave what I need to do, my daily responsibilities? And we look at younger people, there's more of these demands of, what am I doing outside the volunteer fire service and the time commitment that is involved. I remember when I was a volunteer firefighter, upwards of 20 to 25 hours a week minimum was my time commitment between training, responding to incidents, fundraising, committee work, whatever extras on that. So when we look at, the other things in our lives and then families, so for younger people, if you have children, what do you do with your children when you need to respond to something? Are we dropping them off at the fire hall, responding to the call and waiting for family members to come while other firefighters are watching them? So what does caregiving look like? 24/7 means I'm being pulled out in the middle of the night to respond to something, leaving my family, going at 3 a.m. to a house fire, and then I got to be at work at 7 a.m. So there are significant challenges when we look at time and time commitment. And what does that mean is I might, as a younger person, want to volunteer, but all these pieces to it make it very challenging. So it's not necessarily, do I want to? It's can I commit to something like this? And it can be very challenging. And so with older population, it tends to be less challenging sometimes in the way of what I just mentioned for that. So retention and recruitment can be a significant challenge in our rural communities. And also with that, many of our firefighters, when I talk about employed work, they're kind of what we call dual responders, first responders. Many are paramedics, nurses, and their communities. So the challenges of constantly responding to emergencies all the time in both aspects of your life can be also very challenging, and shift work, what comes with that. And then I kind of alluded to, we have volunteer firefighters as young as 14, and that's trying to come up with ways to meet the challenges of recruitment and retention as sort of a succession planning. They're called junior firefighters. So we bring in, when they're younger, they don't necessarily respond to emergencies, but they're doing some of those other community service things that I spoke to as they, in training and learning what firefighting is like, in the hopes that when they turn 18 or 19 can join as full members. So it is a significant challenge in that way. And then the other piece that I just wanted to mention, rurality piece to volunteer firefighting that can be difficult, is when your work takes you out of your community. So maybe you have to commute to an urban center to do your work. Maybe you have to leave the province to do that work. So trying to help your community respond to things during the daytime or during that can be also very difficult. And then with our close-knit communities and rural communities, the factor of everybody knows everybody, and we all do that, it can be very challenging for firefighters responding to incidents where you know the people and you know the people involved. It can create more stress than necessarily if you don't know and don't have a connection in that way. But on the other hand, that can actually be very comforting to those that are the victims in those incidents, and that, oh my gosh, I know this person is coming. I know them. It's a comfort level. So a few things around the realities of that. Thank you.
Commissioners, I'm a bit hesitant to interrupt the flow of the conversation, but I'm conscious of the noise that's emanating, I think, from a speaker at the front of the stage. I wonder if we might just take a pause and see if a member of the tech team can come and figure out what's making the noises. I think it's making it hard for people to hear one another.
Be something with the HVAC system, perhaps?
Okay, apparently we have no way to affect the rattling and still have light in the room, and so we will proceed.
Thank you.
My apologies for that. Karen, I'm going to turn back to you now. One of the dynamics that can be particularly significant in a smaller rural community is the mix of permanent community residents and those who own seasonal or vacation properties. Why can this mix be challenging for rural communities, and particularly for those who live and work as permanent residents there?
So I think most fundamentally, the fact that rural populations can fluctuate from winter to summer means that any service whose viability or funding is based on demand or based on the availability of volunteers is going to struggle to maintain itself year-round. And that has the greatest impact, of course, on the people who are living there when the population shrinks. The same goes for employers. So you have a lot of households in rural areas, but a much smaller labor force than the number of households would suggest. There's not as many workers. Another kind of qualitative issue is just isolation, in that if you know, the people to your left and right leave for the winter, then you have fewer people around keeping an eye on you, and you know, who could potentially see if something's wrong and report it or help you. Another issue is vacation rental specifically. So not just people who you know, own a place and then board it up in the winter, but particularly full-time short-term rentals. They bring outsiders into communities who, you know, for the most part are probably respectful, and they have a vacation and then they leave, but they don't necessarily have the connection to the community, and so there's a greater risk that they won't treat it with respect. They increase concerns about safety. Whether they actually have a statistical impact on community safety, I don't know, and couldn't find any literature about it, but there's certainly a perception that the more, you know, outsiders that are brought into a small community, the greater the risk is that you know, something untoward could happen. And beyond that, short-term rentals take housing off the market for rural residents, which reduces the number of just options that people have for where to live. And there is, I do cite a source in my report by Combs in 2020, who actually quantifies the number of family homes that have been taken off the market by short-term rentals. And that housing shortage, you know, we hear it talked about like it's an urban issue, but it really is a rural issue as well, depending on the community. And the housing shortage impacts the recruitment of all kinds of professionals and other people that we need to live in rural communities. So you see it in recruiting doctors, for example, that housing is one of the #1 challenges in certain rural communities.
Thank you. Madonna, if I can turn to you, how do limitations on service delivery in rural areas affect 2S LGBTQ plus individuals? You alluded in earlier remarks to the challenges that can be experienced by these groups in seeking informed and non-discriminatory services in healthcare settings. I wonder if you can say a little bit more about that and about the other challenges that those that you work with experience in this regard.
We talk about how nice it is that everyone knows everyone in rural communities, but that's a double-edged sword, because when you're accessing services, there is often a sense that confidentiality won't be adhered to. I'm not saying that professionals in rural communities are less professionals, but there is that sort of lackadaisical approach as far as, oh, you'd never guess who showed up in the clinic today. So I know lots of people who won't access their local health clinics to get tested for STIs because they're afraid that that information will go through the grapevine of the community. Also, again, there's just a lack of informed there's a lack of understanding on how to approach different people from your normal experience. So, I mean, we're talking specifically about the 2S LGBTQ community, but I also just want to give a shout out to the white privilege sitting at this table, and that newcomers coming to rural communities would also have similar discrepancies in that the service providers don't understand the diversity and differences of the individuals walking through their door. So with the lack of understanding of their culture or their family situation, there's just biases that are just sort of structurally built in to the services that are being offered. certainly there must be something also said with the compounding injury of being constantly misgendered or being constantly assumed as being hetero. And oftentimes there's sort of a laid back form of discrimination that's disguised as just joking that can slowly crush a person's ability to stand up for themselves, and understanding how to be a good ally in these communities is often a hard thing to accomplish as well, because even standing up for someone's rights can put a target on your back or make people question your identity. And so a lot of times people will just distance themselves from that other, and they're left to figure it out by themselves, or more likely go without. Again, there's there's STIs that, for example, in our community are passed along through sexual transmission, let's say, and the ability to access services without having stigma attached to you is really hard to find. So also, we just assume that everyone has cars. We just assume that everyone has internet. I made an offhand comment to a student once a couple of years ago, thanking them for attending an event I had prepared for the weekend. And I said, you know, you could have been staying home watching TV and eating craft dinner. And she looked at me and she said, we don't own a TV. And just those assumptions that we make that everything is normal for one person is not normal for another person. So the idea of traditional livelihoods in rural communities is very hard to juxtapose with this new modern generation that is in often cases plugged into the internet. So just to wrap your head around the idea of a fourth or fifth generation resource-based family, so like farmers or fishermen, finding out that they have a trans son or a trans daughter is really hard for them to understand, because that doesn't happen to my people. That's not a country problem. That's something those crazy city people get into. And so the fact that they don't identify that within their own family and within their own community, those 2S LGBT identities absolutely exist, makes it even harder for people to self-identify. And then what often happens is that it's another reason why people leave the rural community. So we talk about the brain drain from rural to urban, but I also think that there's a real drain of queer folk who are escaping to live their authentic identities, but to the detriment of the communities that they're leaving behind, because we could use their creativity, we could use their business acumen, we could use their skills and services, but we lose them because we're not willing to recognize and respect their identities. So it's sort of a vicious cycle that we need to figure out how to put a brick in front of and stop.
Thank you so much. I'm now going to turn to consider the safety of those whose workplaces are also their communities. The next set of questions will explore issues of health and safety of workers, including firefighters, nurses, teachers, social workers, and how their roles sometimes go beyond the assumed duties of their profession. Marilyn, if we can start specifically with home care providers.
I'm curious, ladies, and this question is for the ladies in here. Do you feel that's proper? Do you feel that's equitable to have a 100% dominated panel of women? Somehow I'm thinking it's not too equal. That lady was very insulting and rude to anybody who lives in the country. Frankly, I take offense.
What the structure itself had to meet to be built, and then it goes on and on and on. And so when you think of delivering home care, the workplace is the home of the particular client. And so we would never, and I hope never, expect that to get home care, your place that you live would have to meet a certain standard. So that's totally different in terms of the workplace. And any professional or anyone assisting an individual in that home, they're a guest. And so whatever that home is, that's what it is. And you figure out a way to work with the individuals who are there. I think the other piece is when you go to anyone's home, you never know. You have no idea. So for example, if you go to a hospital, you have an expectation of what the lobby is going to look like and a patient room and so on and so on. And when you approach a door for the first time, you just have absolutely no idea. And so that is very, very different in the world of home care delivery. I think that, what concerns do they face? So those are concerns because there's a certain apprehension if you have no knowledge of the individual whatsoever. I think the actually getting to, because if you're delivering home care, typically you're in a vehicle. And so that's part of your day, which is different. I think the other thing is the seasons that Canada offers, as amazing and wonderful as they are, they certainly offer a set of challenges. And one of the things that I know working as a nurse in home care and anyone who's worked in home care is, if the weather's really inclement and you know what the needs of a person are, most people are going to say, oh, I hope you're not going to go out on the road today. But that's, it's not as if you get up and you look out and say, oh, the weather is such, I can't go out today. Those individuals, first and foremost, think about the person who is getting care, expecting care, and needing certain things. And although they try and make contingency plans related to weather, that doesn't necessarily always, some things that a person might need will be there despite the weather. And so sometimes you have someone else in that home who may be able to do that you can teach them to do. But if they can't, I've seen time and time again that whoever the person might be that's providing care, they will move mountains to get there. And they will take chances on roads that are, maybe not plowed or not salted, et cetera, if it's wintertime. And despite what the conditions are, because in their minds, they can see that person and their need. And to just say, well, no, I can't, and they will rally, they'll find ways if they feel that whatever transportation they have might not make it, chances are they know someone who maybe has a vehicle, or they may even contact, if they have a relationship with a local law enforcement, they may even contact, or when I think of the fire service as well, they may well contact someone from the fire service and say, I really need to get to, home X or Y. And they will do those sorts of things. It's just, when I think of nurses, we do have a code of ethics, and, to abandon a patient is just not something that you would consider doing. And so I really, I know myself and the people that I work with, I saw them do that over and over again. And did I answer? Let's see if I, concerns to nurses.
You absolutely did, Marilyn. Thank you. Leslie, your research and also your experience prior to your work as an academic includes coordinating the delivery of pre- and postnatal care. What have you learned from that work about the safety issues that arise for mothers, infants, and service providers when care is not readily available in the community?
Well, I'll speak about mothers first and their children. I would echo what you're saying about how the challenges of providing services. But one of the, I think, often overlooked challenge is the fear that families face of services, and rightly so. So new mothers, for example, perhaps having their first child, living in poverty, knowing that they don't have enough money to feed their family because they're on income assistance, for example. Not having enough money to feed your family is also one of the criterias of neglect in the Family and Children's Services Act in this province. So the same department that creates that act and enforces child protection is the same department in the province that sets income assistance levels so low that families cannot afford a basic nutritious diet. You would be, depending on your family configuration, if living on income assistance, hundreds of dollars a month in the negative if you purchased a basic nutritious diet. So they have a good deal of fear about child protection, knowing about them, knowing that they're poor, and the stigmatization of what it means to be poor and food insecure. So that creates a barrier to service providers that are trying to provide supports for families, yet they all get sort of classified as folks to be feared. So, so social isolation and those real fears are put, I think, families at even greater risk of help that could be available. And working rurally and providing those services, I'll echo the concerns about being everything to, trying to solve all kinds of needs, whether they be transportation needs, food needs, childcare needs, drives to the grocery store, rides to the food bank, getting things you need for your new baby. And so living in poverty creates a safety concern in and of itself. And then for those that are trying to provide services, there's great distance. You're doing outreach work. I was an outreach worker, so I, drove a long distance to families' home, and the home is the workplace, and the car is the workplace, and your home is where you're answering the telephone, all the time, all times of day, because families are living in crisis. And they've connected with you, so they're the one person you trust. And so there's a good deal of service provider stress that comes along with that. Feeling like you do need to be everything to everybody. And traveling roads that are not plowed. I mean, people need services in winter and summer, and rural Nova Scotia road conditions, and then weather conditions on top of it are definitely a problem. And then just back to earlier conversation about traveling to services. So you're always going out, you're driving to pick people up that do not have cars. A lot that, when I did this work, it was some time ago, and they didn't have phones. So like even making an appointment was a challenge.
Every script consultation, I'll throw a page. Visual display.
For just meeting them for the first time, and they were very nervous. And this was a Black African Nova Scotia woman with an intellectual disability that was 8 months pregnant and had yet to see a family doctor. And she didn't have a phone. She was by herself. her mother had been trying to get her to the doctor. And I'm telling this story because it just speaks to social isolation and compounding social inequalities. She did have a family doctor, which was good. I went with her into the room, and her doctor.
Watch the implosion. You see it? You see it?
And there was problems there's complications that sent her to the hospital, and she did have her baby that day. The baby was in distress. So I often think about what would have happened that day if I wasn't able to get in the door for a woman that was very afraid of service providers. And there was a success story, but I worry about how much those folks are missed. And in traveling to the city, it takes a whole day of a service provider's time, where you making the possibility of you missing those people even greater. And these are essential services that I think we have normalized rural neglect about. And both rural people and urban people, we've normalized that neglect. You moved out there. You made a decision to live in the boonies, and so therefore you don't have a right to essential services. And I don't know what my final point would be about that, but I often heard mothers say, if they had a doctor, if there was a service available where they lived in their town, we have it better than some other folks that live even more rurally. And they were like, they use the word luck a lot. We're lucky. I'm lucky. I'm not, others are not as lucky. But this concept of luck needs to be unpacked a bit. Is it, we shouldn't, these are rights. We have rights to service that are part of our citizenship. And like having a baby and having care provided to you to do that and have reproduce citizens in rural communities for the vibrancy of the continuation of those communities. We've eroded that. We're sending everybody out to the city for essential services. And so, I just think that we've neglected rural services, and then we've normalized it and blamed people for living there.
Thank you, Leslie. Madonna, you've alluded to the challenges for 2S LGBTQ individuals of living in a place where anonymity can't be taken for granted. How does that affect the work lives of 2S LGBTQ citizens in rural communities?
This is such a good question. Thank you. A lot of rural economies are resource-based, so there's this high level of assumed masculinity. I would like to preface what I'm about to say is that straight, hetero people, cis people, often are subjected to homophobic and transphobic comments just because of their disposition. So a straight man with feminine tendencies could still experience homophobic comments. So in these industries where it's often man-led, farming, fishing, things like that, they are, and also like sort of construction jobs. These jobs are often prioritized as being more valuable in rural communities than care work is done. So the jobs are systemically sexist in the rate of pays that exist out there, because there's so much poverty in rural communities, there's a sense that you should just be lucky that you have a job, and that you must absorb the abuse or else risk unemployment, because there's not always options out there. So a lot of members of my community are coached to stay in the closet, either by management or by their own family and friends, with this understanding that being in the closet actually makes you safer.
These people are extremely rude.
Giving power to the community at large to use that truth against you, and that if you reveal yourself, you're no longer at risk of being shamed. But I know teachers, for example, that have moved to rural communities and were told to stay in the closet, that this community might not be comfortable with having a gay male teacher. And just the implications of that, and how to carry yourself and how to appear straight, how to like minimize your natural feminine tendencies, can be really
Shame on you. Shame on you all.
with young people. And I say this all the time, but I wish I had a chance to say this in front of adults more often. Words matter. So one of the things that I often like to do is I get people to think of all the different ways to call someone gay. And that list within 2 minutes can easily top 50. And they're gross, awful words on that list. And then all the different ways of calling someone straight. And that list rarely hits 5. So 10 times more slurs and discriminatory terms are just readily accessible to describe that community versus the hetero cis community. And so when we talk about the equality that we've achieved out there, but as long as we're using these words that tear down members of the community and imply sort of a perversion, a hypersexuality, and some sort of difference value of our love versus other people's love, we're vulnerable to have that used against us. And so we're always trying to navigate a path forward that puts us at least risk versus having the same opportunities of success as other people. So, another comment that I just want to go back to the idea of staying closeted. For those who have not experienced that, it is an extremely dangerous place to live, in addition to potentially being trapped in an abusive relationship and not knowing how to access service because everything around your situation is cloaked in secrecy. There's also the constant self-regulation that you're doing, so that you can almost be distracted in your job, because you're trying to ensure that you're coming off the right way, you're having passing privilege. And then there's that extra layer again of closeted relationships with people in the community that present as straight, so they can have like an authority over you because you're on the down low. So someone who has a wife and a family could be partaking in sexual activities with another man in the community who everyone understands to be, gay or pan or whatever identity they choose. And then the person in authority still gets to walk around and have all the privileges of a straight person. So until we can unpack the misconception that being closeted is an advantage, and that somehow coming out is a disadvantage, we need to reverse that. Coming out empowers you and takes away that ability to shame and control you. And then to understand that the words that are used in casual context at a workplace can be really, it can be a microaggression, but it can also just be a maul hammer onto your head, as far as like what you have to accept and put up with in order to have a gainful employment. If you go into, I've been into some back kitchens in rural restaurants, and there's like graphic images, sexual graphic images back there. And if you were queer or female identified, those images would be really hard to know that you had to face every day that you went to work, but it's part of the workplace culture. And if you were to complain, you don't have a list of options to get employed someplace else. So it's a suck it up situation. And then it leads us into other self-harming behaviors because of the toxicity about how toxic the workplace is. That just wouldn't come out. So I mean, then we have like the domino effect of addictions that might come again as a poor coping mechanism. Also, just the idea that people who are part of the queer community are often seen less than and might not be considered as competent to do a job just because they look different than other people. And then the very, very real misunderstanding that trans women are women, trans men are men, and that access to the same services and um, um, resources that are available to cis men and women aren't equally available to those members of the community. And so to recognize that that deficit exists is still something that we need to work on in this province, especially for parental supports.
Thank you.
You see the desperation they have. Oh, it's so apparent. Poor Balin.
Thought about as an urban problem. I wonder if you can speak a little to how you see that playing out in your 2S LGBTQ community, but also in Cape Breton more generally.
So Cape Breton has a giant opioid addiction problem that stems, so there was research done by the late Margaret Dykeman, who discovered that a lot of the history of the opioid addictions in Cape Breton stems from the resource extraction industries of the coal mines, the steel plants, and fishermen getting injured in the workplace. And this was during the time when new medications like oxycodone were being released and heavily pushed by a lot of the doctors. And so pain management is actually the source of a lot of addictions. But now we have generations of those addictions following families. And it's, the trajectory of coming from a poor and addicted family it's not a good forecast. I work with a number of other organizations who serve youth in Cape Breton, and there's this one story of a family that from the north side of Cape Breton, who you have to go back 5 generations to find someone who worked. So children born into that family have a really hard time, regardless of their natural skills, of changing the trajectory of their family because the supports that are needed to switch tracks for them just don't exist. So again, there's this idea that country living is pure and healthy, but we really have a lot of addictions in our community, and alcoholism runs rampant in a lot of our communities, and it's just like a very loud secret that no one talks about. So
Maybe
everything that we're
23
doing in the
are
rural
poorer
community,
now, according
there's
to
just
this
all these
lady, and
assumptions that you
alcoholic.
have to step back and understand that it's not this innocent, sweet rural life, that it's complex, that there's a lot of different needs there, and that a lot of the seedy underbelly of the community is hidden with intention because that's how they survive. But I do feel that we are often naive in our understanding of just how complex the social support needs of rural people are, and just how much we fall short on it. And as a Cape Bretoner too, in this province, it's very hard not to feel the sting of how HRM centered everything is. And even when there's good news in the province, it often doesn't reflect realities in Cape Breton or probably other parts of rural Nova Scotia. So that lens is often really hard. You hear that Nova Scotia just, we experience some population growth. Well, Halifax experienced population growth. Rural communities experienced population drains. You know, in rural communities, there's often no youth or young people to support the elderly that's left. You know, this is just sort of based on my own experience doing a lot of work in different communities, but it's all elders. Like if you go to Orangedale, for example, that is a community that is withering away. It's all senior citizens there. And so even if we were to provide support, we've lost a lot of our resources, our human resources already. And so to draw and attract those young bodies and those young families back to Cape Breton and to the rural communities would really need a huge investment before we would ever be able to do the things that urban settings are able to start tomorrow. We would need to do a lot of legwork to get there in the first place.
Thank you. Robin, if I may turn to you. Many volunteer firefighters, you've described the double, triple, quadruple shift of juggling several lives at once, maintaining paid employment, raising families, performing the responsibilities of firefighters with all of the training and the on-call demands, and fundraising. What impact does this mix of responsibilities have on the health and well-being of firefighters? At what point does fatigue become a concern? And how do rural fire brigades manage this concern?
Fatigue, burnout are significant concerns in the volunteer fire service, along with other mental health concerns that can happen because of the nature of what the incidents that they're responding to, but also just the nature of all this stress from all the different components of what they need to do and sort of juggle to be a volunteer firefighter. And sort of going back to that, when I was talking about retention, recruitment and retention is naturally what kind of happens is we lose our volunteer firefighters. They end up leaving the fire service and quitting. And for those that are left behind to try to, okay, how are we going to make up for losing firefighters? It's a gap, and it's the response gap, and it creates more strain on those who are maintaining that gap that occurs. And the reason that what happens is that they leave is that it's not the same as when this is your employment or your income source. You know, it's harder to leave when this is what's paying your bills. But when it's something that you're doing as volunteering, it can be easier to leave. But in saying that, it can be difficult as well, because for many firefighters, the fire service is their second family, their second home, and that whole social support that exists for them and their community. So leaving that can be very difficult. But for many, it's kind of the only option, because in the volunteer fire service, there just isn't the supports and resources available around mental health and well-being. It doesn't exist. And another thing that I saw in my research and in my own experiences is oftentimes, how does the fire service deal with those that are struggling, leaving, they might leave for a little bit, because there's also not oh, did you show up to work today? It's, I could stop responding to things for a couple weeks just because I need a little break, and then I'll start responding again. And so a lot of times that leaves the officers, the captains, the chiefs, the deputy chiefs, trying to figure out, okay, how can we keep this person? Well, maybe, they don't have to respond as much, but then we need to respond more. So it takes a real burden on the leadership as well, trying to make up for this, because again, there's not necessarily those added services and supports that you might see in maybe a workplace setting. You just can't go to human resources and ask them to help, or, how can we return somebody to work? That doesn't exist. That's not something that occurs in the volunteer fire service. So it's complicated, and fatigue and burnout is a substantial concern.
Thank you so much. Karen, I'm going to invite you to, in a sense, bring the conversation we've had home to questions of community safety and crime in rural communities. We've talked a lot about structural inequalities and the drivers of that.
Emma and her scripted questions, just awesome.
So we know, based on lots of extant research, that communities with lower levels of poverty and with lower levels of social inequality are safer they have less crime of all kinds, and particularly, interpersonal crime and violent crime. So we don't know like the precise relationship between social inequality and crime, but in a general sense, I think we can say that in increased inequality necessarily, like, social economic inequality necessarily means an increased power differential, between people who have power and people who do not. So it increases the vulnerability of people who are vulnerable, and it increases the power of people who have power to do bad things to vulnerable people. And it also decreases the community's ability to fill the gaps where institutional or formal supports are not available. This is true anywhere, but in rural communities, there are fewer formal supports, there are fewer people, and if you're poor or if you're unemployed or in an abusive relationship.
She was doing this the other day, just reading verbatim off a page.
Occurrence around. It's different in an urban place where you can see lots of different options in front of you and you can get to them. So we know that social inequality impacts crime, and that it plays out differently in rural areas. And so we've been discussing social inequality and rurality in a general way. And like Emma said at the beginning, it's going to be up to the commission to figure out how much of that is relevant to the specific events of April 2020. And social inequality might have had very little to do with that, or it might have had a great deal. But if one outcome of the commission is to make recommendations around community safety, it means that it must take social inequality into consideration. It has to accept that inclusive social and economic development is critical to creating safer communities. So again, there's a lot of other factors that can influence any single crime, and a lot of them are beyond, they're beyond policy. But among the factors that we can actually do something about, social inequality ranks very high.
Thank you. I'm conscious that other roundtable members may wish to add to or comment on what Karen has just shared. And we've had a very rich conversation about the lives and work of rural communities, the work that community members do to sustain rural places. And in closing, I'd like to invite each of you to address anything we haven't had a chance to discuss, anything you might have come today hoping to say that I haven't had a chance to elicit. In particular, anything that you would like the commissioners, the participants and the public to understand about the work that you do, about rural communities, their strengths and the structural conditions that make it hard for them to thrive. And including if you'd like to reflect or comment on what Karen has just shared about the significance of structural inequality and community safety. And Leslie, if I can start with you, please.
Thank you, Emma.
At least we know that Emma's literate.
Around centralization of services, which I think are motivated by cost savings. But I think that overlooks that costs are downloaded onto people in families and people, especially in rural areas where you're now picking up the slack of the cost of travel, childcare needs when they're not available, the food costs of travel, lost time at work. I just like to say that I think it's a bit of a false economy of savings. So it shifts the responsibility to individuals, specifically women a lot, that do a lot of unpaid labor in their communities and in their families. And it makes it just the work of, it's harder to care when you download and this responsibility to people. It's harder to take care of yourself. and lack of resources outside your community, you're on your own to figure out how to get your needs met often. And that might take you to some places that many of us don't have to consider and think about in our daily lives. You know, we've talked a lot about what's lacking in rural communities too, and I just like to add that, you know, I've lived in rural Nova Scotia my entire life, and there's lots of positive, wonderful dimensions of what it means to live rurally. The beauty, the quiet, community roots, knowing your neighbors, and the support you can sometimes get. But back to Karen's point about social exclusion and inequality and poverty, that means some are left out often of those feelings of social connectedness. And if we don't address problems around social inequality, we can't get at community wellness, and which is unraveling the sort of social cohesion of communities, both in rural and urban places.
Thank you, Leslie. To the question of centralisation, a participant in our very first roundtable back in April asked the commissioners to consider the question when we're doing a risk-benefit analysis of policy is who bears the risk and who receives the benefit. And I think in some ways that's been part of the theme of this roundtable. Robin, if I may turn to you.
Yeah, I just wanted to emphasize the important role that volunteer firefighters serve in our communities for both emergency and community services. I alluded.
Oh, that's classic. Look at the other lady reading the script. Oh my. Oh, look at this. Mask lady is reading her script and they're both reading the script. Honestly, pay attention. I'm tossing the pages as they're fucking reading. It's pretty covered in paper in here.
Thank you. Madonna.
I guess my takeaway thought here is that I'd love to see an improvement in the sexual health education that happens in schools, that we need to do better at ensuring that we equip our young people with the information that they need to keep themselves safe, that we need to address our own biases and our levels of discomfort when it comes to talking about things related to sexual health, because people are literally dying of our embarrassment because we're not giving them the right information. And that these lives matter regardless of what community they were born in, and that their future contributions could change the world, but we just need to get them there. We need to.
Whose lives matter? The 23 man? Oh, sorry.
Of us to achieve the equality that these community members deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Marilyn.
So I believe earlier today I mentioned that people really want to be in the place they call home, and that you hear over and over again in the long-term care, any interaction with people involved with long-term care. And so directly linked to that, so the stronger that home care is, the greater resources we put behind home care has a direct effect on both acute and long-term care institutions, because bed capacity in acute care is always a challenge. And so if you have individuals there who can be in home care, and then, for example, if you can delay institutional long-term care, so the strength of home care is paramount. And I think when you look at the health budgets and you look at the percentage that home care has, which is, if you're lucky, in the order of 6% of any healthcare budget versus what the other sectors get, it's absolutely mind-boggling. So that's Certainly, Nova Scotia can be commended. They do have instituted for some time now a caregiver benefit. Now, it's not big, but it's very tangible. And growing something like that, it's one of the few jurisdictions in the country that even has such a thing. And that's a perfect example of the shoring up of home care and the recognition of its importance and place in the system. Thank you for your ear and your time.
Thank you so much, Marilyn. And Karen.
Yeah, I think I would just say that, for decades in Nova Scotia, we've been told that if we want anything nice, we need economic growth. We are finally, whether that's true or not, we're seeing really strong economic growth for the first time in a long time. And so our responsibility as Nova Scotians is to ensure that the benefits are equitably distributed across space. And also across different, social groups. And I know we were talking a little bit about, the more conservative attitudes in rural communities. And while that's true, I do want to emphasize that the research that we've been basing that on shows that somewhat progressive and very progressive views are still in the majority, including in rural communities. So I mention that just because there are probably more allies than there are opponents in rural communities toward progressive social change and toward creating more inclusive communities.
Thank you so much, Karen. Commissioner.
I'm not getting political. I'm keeping it on topic.
Commissioner Fitch? Commissioner Stanton?
Thank you. All of you've pointed to structural and systemic issues in rural communities in Nova Scotia. And Karen, I just wanted to follow up on some of the things in your report. You link crime and safety to structural factors. And of course, a number of the ones that we've talked about today. You also talk about how Nova Scotians have a lack of trust in public institutions, outside of the HRP in particular. And you talk as well about the acute need for situated knowledge of community and rural policing. So that means, of course, officers who spend a lot of time in the communities and know the communities. And all of this is drawn from various research that you discuss, and you talk about the RCMP sending new recruits to rural areas that don't know the local context, and that was something that was not included in the parliamentary report. And you also note that there's 9 or so municipal police departments and over 40 RCMP detachments. But there's no overarching crime prevention strategy or plan in Nova Scotia. And I wondered if you could talk about the attributes of an effective crime prevention model. You talk about that a bit as well, but it would be helpful to me if you could expand upon that point about there being no overarching crime prevention strategy or plan in Nova Scotia and the attributes of an effective crime prevention model, please.
Sure, yeah, I'm happy to talk about that. So, Nova Scotia has we have no overarching publicly available community safety or crime prevention strategy. So obviously I have no idea if there are strategies that are guiding institutions that the public doesn't know about, but there's nothing publicly available. So when I look at that just as a lay person, but also as someone with some expertise in rural communities, it's
No, Blue Nose. I'm tossing paper every time they read off the script. See? Face. Always reading. Every time I toss a page, they're reading. Now, at the end of lunch, Perhaps they may not use their script anymore. They're going to be fucked.
For the commission involved some collaborative element, some kind of community consultation, and really meaningful stuff like from the outset, where communities are invited to share their concerns and their situated knowledge and experiences of what makes their community safer or less safe. And then all of those bottom up things at the community level have to feed into something overarching so that, whoever is in charge at the top has the big picture, but also understands that there's local nuances that affect the delivery of services and relationships between people and all of those things that matter to crime prevention and community safety. So there are models out there for how to do it well. And they pretty much without exception insist on some kind of bottom-up involvement, which makes things, of course, more expensive and more complicated at the outset, but prevents downloading those costs and complexities onto communities themselves. I think it's possible to get the, I think I said it at the last panel as well, like of course there are risks to devolving all responsibilities to a local level. There needs to be checks and balances to ensure that communities are getting equal levels of services in the same way that we do with all kinds of different services. So in crime prevention, it should be the same. Did I answer all of that?
I think it would be helpful to perhaps follow up on some of the studies that you rely on for some of the conclusions. So we'll need to do that. But I think the factors or the attributes of the model. I mean, if you have a bottom-up involvement, who is best to lead that? Is that the municipality? Is that the province? Just in terms of trying to assess a good model.
Yeah, I mean, I think you probably start with the municipality, although even that gets complicated where some municipalities have been amalgamated and the residents don't see themselves as being part of the same community. So I really think it would depend a lot on, specific local informants and doing the groundwork to really understand in each case who's best suited to lead. I don't know that you would get the same answer in every place necessarily.
Because you talk about how a larger provincial government strategy that mobilizes the necessary resources and provides an overarching framework for communities to tap into would perhaps be a good approach. But then you talk about how capacity building helps justify allocating resources to programs and initiatives without requiring them to promise an economic return, and how that would be a shift for Nova Scotia. Could you just expand on that a little bit?
Part of that was a little bit muffled, like I couldn't hear the
Sorry. You said it would be a shift for Nova Scotia to...
Camera off. Read it again. Better make sure you memorize it.
Them to promise an economic return. It's on page 40 of your report. Yeah, sorry, just at the bottom of the page on page 40.
Oh, there we go.
Around community development and evaluation and building community capacity. And just in terms of allocating resources and so on, because of course, as we're hearing, it sounds as though demographically, some of the rural communities are aging. So they're going to have a reduced tax base because people aren't.
Yeah.
And so how do you go about sorting out service provision and resource allocation when you have such a variation in municipalities?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not exactly sure how, how to figure that out. And my approach, if I was asked to figure it out, would be to look at other jurisdictions and see, and around the world and figure out how it can be done. I think that the model in Nova Scotia and across Canada has been either to look at, to do these short bursts of funding for community initiatives, and then to just leave them, and to not give them the duration of funding that would help them succeed. So I think we need to move away from that, and also move away from, like in the passage that you just read, requiring things that are actually social services to, return a profit or to become self-funding after a while. Like there are just things, community safety is probably one of them, that are going to cost money and not make money. And so I think that we need to dispense with the idea that all of these initiatives have to eventually fund themselves. As for, the actual, how you do it, that's a question for the people who hold the purse strings, I guess, of government.
Great. Okay. Thank you so much, and I really appreciated your report, and I just really appreciated the insights from all of you. And it's so clear that you're all so dedicated to your communities, and it's really appreciated that you would come and talk to us about them today. And Commissioner McDonald, I'm sure, will echo that.
Indeed. Thank you, Emma, again, for not just facilitating this very important panel for us, but all the work that goes into it. And in that line, thank as well Katie McLeod for the important work that she's done behind the scenes, making sure that we have this very informative and important roundtable discussion today. This mass casualty occurred in rural Nova Scotia. It occurred in rural Canada. Rural communities, like so many throughout this province and like so many throughout this country. Understanding these communities represents such important context for us. Important context that we've had the benefit of today, and it certainly has broadened our perspectives. If I could refer to you by your first names, Karen and Robin and Marilyn and Madonna and Leslie. A fundamental aspect of our mandate is to make recommendations to make our communities safer, our rural communities safer. And to do that, we have to have a fundamental understanding of those rural communities. And you've helped us in such an important way in teaching us about things that we otherwise would not have been aware of. And that's very valuable, and that's extremely helpful and important and fundamental for us, and we greatly appreciate it. I was struck by the reference to social cohesion in rural communities, and struck by how so many of those whose lives were taken or injured were caregivers, were service providers, and were good Samaritans. Wonderful neighbors, wonderful service providers in rural Nova Scotia, in rural Canada, in April of 2020. And that speaks volumes in my mind of the nature of rural communities in this province and in this country. And you have elucidated that for us, and for that we're greatly appreciative. Thank you so much. Administratively, we will be doing some changes to the platform area. So we'll take a 10-minute break, a brief break, and we'll come back and hear some submissions, and Mr. Van Wart will have exhibits to tender as well. So thank you all again very much.
Well, I ran out of paper. Actually, I think I've got a little bit more, but I'm going to have to dig around. I have a lot of paper here if anybody wants. Oh, they're going to try to memorize their shit. They're going to try and read it off camera. This is going to be fun. Your gig's up, man. You're fucked. Please don't misappropriate the three amigos. They refer to specific police. I didn't hear it before, though. Just should kind of stay with that. Notice the same thing somewhere else. Anyway, I need to look at a few more things before I do that Ash one, though I have no problem doing that. I did want to go through one thing, but I require a couple of minutes. It's just going to be pointing out, maybe they will use monitors. Maybe. I hope their eyes aren't as bad as mine. Exactly. There you go. You see? And what did I post shortly before that? I think, let's see here, before the mention. Where was that? Here. Mentions of Portapic, April 18, 19. Oh, yeah. That was a big fat 0. Because they were told in the back room, don't fucking mention it. It's all a farce. Paper on the floor proves it. Instructions in the back room prove it. Lawyers not allowed to ask questions. Family members signing in perpetuity clauses. Really? In perpetuity. Forever. Okay. Never say a word. Not even to your own kids. You die with the secret. The, what is it? The Balin cover up stuff. Rob Doucette has interesting police connections, by the way, which I'll get into at a later point. Ontario. He's friends with a very interesting person over there. Or in an interesting position. I got a phone call from somebody in a certain community. They said that's a big tell. Anyway, yeah, no, I've read his statements before, but I need to consult a few more things. I have no problem going there. I have to do some consultation with a couple of people. Now, not to deflect, I'm absolutely happy to go there. Anywhere this story goes, I will go. Now, I did want to talk about the timing. Timing is very important on everything. Maybe I'll go back and do all the stories on timing, because even though I've mentioned some of them, there are like really big ones throughout the whole course of this goo. Now, are we on a lunch break? Or are we just on a repositioning tables, shitting their pants, diaper change? Because the gig is up. Could somebody help me with that? I'm sorry, I didn't catch. I think he said they're just repositioning shit. Oh, you can sign up. That's a good way to, yeah, sign up with them. That's a good way to go on a list. Lists are good to go on. You know, there's lists all over the place. They were commandeering. I think they're just shifting tables. Oh, okay. Damn, I need to go to the bathroom too. My apologies. I shouldn't speak like that, but I do. I think I've had too much coffee. Ooh. I don't think I should get into the other stuff right now. Changing their R's. The breathing. Very rude, those people. Very rude. Very judgmental. Definitely wouldn't be going to certain dinners with them. I don't think. Just my, opinion. Insulting a lot of different people, sadly. I wouldn't have expected that from over there. Anyway, moving along. 2 F-150s. Well, he did have a gray one. I never did find out exactly what happened to the gray one. It did get pinstriping marked on it. But I think it kind of disappeared. I'm not sure. Yeah. Oh, the black one I am unfamiliar with. I'm unfamiliar with a black truck. Interesting. A black in Wortman's possession. Where did that come from? Just 10 minutes. Okay, so has anybody got the timer been running? Because diaper changes usually take a little bit longer. Watch them with the scripts and shit now, too. I don't know if they're coming back. No, they're not. I think they're going to move on to the maybe relevant things, submissions. Maybe. Silver and black. Okay, but yes. Well, we all are aware of the. I found an interesting reference to the F-150 by a witness somewhere. Rat lawyers up next. Great. Okay, if you can excuse me for un momento, I'm going to grab a coffee and deal with the result of too much coffee. Not to be too. And perhaps I can gather up some of this paper because there's a lot of paper. So give me a couple of moments. And has somebody got the timer going? The short break, which might not be so short, which usually isn't so short. No, they didn't bother lunch. Okay, so they didn't. Put some itching powder in the diaper and diaper cream. Talcum powder. No, Julia, I know I'm worried about her. I hope she's okay. Those of you who are in contact with her, please let her know. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will resume in 2 minutes. Welcome back. The proceedings are again in session.
Mr. Van War.
Thank you, Commissioners. I just wanted to take a moment to tender a number of documents that are outstanding. So I'll dive into that. I would just say at the outset that all of these documents have been identified and shared with participant counsel. So I'll do it in an expedited manner. First, there was, stemming from the Commissioner's decision on March 9th, there was a direction to obtain an affidavit from Constable Chris Grund, and we have done that. And so COM number 005953, or sorry, 0059543 is the affidavit of Christopher Grund, if that could be exhibited.
It's Exhibit 2649.
And then there are 4 statements related to the support services for survivors, families, and communities. That was a foundational document presented on the 21st of June. If those 4 statements could be exhibited.
That's 2650, 51, 52, and 53.
Next, we have a supplemental report from the Mass Casualty Commission investigative team with regards to the emergency health services GPS data, and that's COM number 0058894.
2654.
Thank you. And then at the request of the National Police Federation, we have listed 28 documents to be exhibited. If they could be exhibited.
And those will be marked Exhibit 2655 to 2682.
Thank you. And Patterson Law has requested that 2 exhibits or 2 documents be exhibited.
That's 2683 and 2684.
Thank you. Then there are a number of outstanding documents to be exhibited with regards to some of the roundtables that the Commission has heard. First, with regards to the roundtable today, there are 67 documents to be exhibited.
So exhibited.
Thank you. And then going back to June 28th, there was a roundtable with regards to understanding and addressing the immediate and long-term needs of those impacted by mass casualty incidents. There are 111 documents that we seek to be exhibited.
So exhibited.
On June 30th, there was a roundtable understanding and addressing the immediate and long-term needs of first responders. With regards to that roundtable, there are 311 documents to be exhibited.
So exhibited.
On June 30th, the roundtable regarding crime in rural communities, there are 162 documents to be exhibited.
So exhibited.
And thank you, Commissioners. Those are the documents to be exhibited today.
Thank you.
We'll now move on to hearing from participants, giving submissions to the Commission. These are on the submissions are on the topic. We've invited participants to provide submissions if they so wish on the topic of understanding and addressing the immediate and long-term needs of those impacted by mass casualty incidents and rural and community safety and policing, rural policy and resources. We have one counsel, Ms. Stevens, who's present today, who will be providing submissions. I'll allow Ms. Stevens to outline who she represents when she begins her submissions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Stevens.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. As you heard, my name is Megan Stevens, and I'm here today to make submissions on behalf of my client, which is Women's Shelters Canada, as well as the two other organizations with which my client has been participating in the inquiry, the Transition Houses Association of Nova Scotia and Be the Peace Institute. While this is our first day having counsel here in person at the hearings, we have been following along remotely and trying to contribute to the inquiry's work where opportunities have presented themselves. So we thank you very much for allowing us to make submissions today. Before I begin my submissions, since this is the first day that I am here in person, I wanted to begin by personally expressing my heartfelt condolences to the families and friends of the victims of the April 2020 mass casualty. Their losses have been immense, and I'm very sorry about that. But I also want to acknowledge the incredible courage and strength that they're bringing to the very act of participating in this inquiry. I also want to take a moment to share a little bit of information about the three organizations that make up our coalition. My client, as I said, is Women's Shelters Canada. It is a charitable organization that provides a strong, unified pan-Canadian voice on the issue of violence against women. Women's Shelter Canada works to ensure that policies, legislation, and regulations are informed by the experiences and insights of its members, who are the provincial and territorial shelter networks. So Transition Houses Association of Nova Scotia is this province's shelter network. And their organization is also made up of member organizations, which are the frontline shelters, 11 of them across this province, providing services in both urban and rural Nova Scotia. FANS works with its members not just to provide transitional services to women and their children who are experiencing violence and abuse. They also seek to eliminate violence against women in Nova Scotia through advocacy, training, and research. And finally, Be the Peace Institute is a Nova Scotia-based nonprofit working to address the complex roots and traumatic consequences of gender-based violence in all its forms. Through research, collaborative initiatives, and advocacy, it promotes violence prevention, informs policy development and decision-making, and advances social and systemic change for gender equity and social justice. As you know, and as we just heard, participants were invited to make submissions today on 2 issues: the immediate and long-term needs of those impacted by mass casualty incidents, and rural community safety, policing, policy, and resources. During my submissions today, I want to focus on what our coalition sees as a troubling omission from the discussion of each of these issues, namely the perspectives of survivors of intimate partner and gender-based violence. I say that recognizing that the next 2 weeks will focus on those issues and that part of the inquiry's mandate. And so I welcome the fact that that will be coming. But we are concerned about what we see as a bit of a siloed approach that has been adopted to addressing issues specific to intimate partner and gender-based violence. The structure of the Commission's process may be unwittingly helping to further entrench long-standing views about intimate partner and domestic violence being a private issue, separate and distinct from public violence and the impacts of that violence, and by extension, the view that real victims are those who suffer violence at the hands of strangers or random acts of violence. The fact that intimate partner violence survivors were excluded from discussions both about the needs of those impacted by the mass casualty event and rural communities' safety and policing is consistent with that siloed approach that we find concerning. Over the course of the past 2 weeks, the Commission hosted, including today, 4 roundtables regarding the many manifestations of trauma, post-traumatic stress disorder experienced by family members and survivors, the broader community, and first responders following mass casualty incidents, as well as the unique nature of rural communities in Nova Scotia, policing, and crime. These are all important issues, and I definitely do not want to be taken as suggesting otherwise. However, because of the structure of the inquiry processes, issues relating to intimate partner and gender-based violence have been segmented out and treated like a distinct topic that will be discussed at a later date. It was not addressed in relation to part 1, the what happened aspect of this inquiry, or even, as we've seen in the last couple of weeks, not in relation to these more general part 2 contextual issues about the needs of communities in response to mass casualties or discussions about rural communities and policing. In our submission, intimate partner and gender-based violence survivors are, without question, a community that warrants consideration when discussing the impacts of mass casualties and the unique trauma they will need support for following such incidents. Survivors of intimate partner violence are not just deeply affected by the violence they've suffered, but we know from the research commissioned by this inquiry that intimate partner violence and gender-based violence is often inextricably embedded in the story of mass casualty events. In our submission, that was true of the events of April 2020. Indeed, as you will know, the Commission report entitled Understanding the Links Between Gender-Based Violence and Mass Casualty Attacks, which is available on the Commission's website and was prepared by Professors McCullough and Maher, that report emphasizes the strong evidence pointing to connections between mass casualty attacks and gender-based violence in relation to the targeting of specific women, often as the perpetrator's first victim, in the history of gender-based violence, in the background of men who commit such attacks, and in the often explicit misogynistic motivation of some mass casualty attackers. Importantly, their report underscores how the connections between gender-based violence and mass casualties have typically been obscured by the adoption of a siloed approach to the 2 issues, treating one as a public problem, but gender-based violence as a private issue. As they state on the 2nd page of their report, the dichotomous approach to private and public violence undermines the ability to understand, prevent, and respond to mass casualty attacks. In our submission, survivors of intimate partner and gender-based violence are an important community that warrants consideration when discussing the ongoing trauma and PTSD associated with mass casualties. The community of survivors of intimate partner and gender-based violence who have borne witness to the stories emerging about the events of April 2020, who are following the work of this inquiry either here in Nova Scotia, across the country, and indeed around the world, share the trauma that comes with knowing that the perpetrator in this case, as well as other men like him, was able to engage in violence towards others with apparent impunity for some time before the events of April 2020. Survivors often live in fear that they or those close to them could lose their lives at the hands of abusers. Research has shown that survivors of intimate partner and gender-based violence who experience years of control and abuse suffer PTSD at very high rates. One researcher, Brian Ballet, has noted they experience PTSD at the same rate as first responders and soldiers in war zones. Failing to include their voices in the recent roundtable discussions invisibilizes their experiences, pushing it back into the private realm. Doing so subtly suggests that communities cannot or even need not take responsibility for addressing intimate partner and gender-based violence. The exclusion of the perspectives of that community of survivors in those roundtables also arguably helps to perpetuate myths about who are true victims in mass casualty events. We've been concerned about the way in which that perspective was advanced by Senior Commission Counsel early on in these proceedings. In particular, on February 28th, when Senior Commission Counsel was presenting the Portapique foundational document, the first day that really evidence was presented of that type, he began by providing a brief overview of the violence that the perpetrator had inflicted on his common law partner on April 18th. He then emphasized that the violence against innocent parties really started later. As he put it, when he was showing the drive down that road in Portapique and he paused in front of the Blair home, this is where the mayhem, it will be submitted by the Mass Casualty Commission, really commenced in terms of the violence and the perpetration of violence against innocent parties. The failure to acknowledge that survivors of intimate partner violence might also be innocent parties, or that they might experience trauma that would warrant consideration in the aftermath of a mass casualty, much like first responders or other community members, will arguably leave survivors of gender-based violence watching these proceedings feeling more vulnerable, fearful, and marginalized. As Professor Signa Dobbs-Shanks put it so powerfully in the roundtable that was held last week, how we ache about an event matters, and the ache in witnessing an event impacts how we will trust relationships that try to take care of those events. The exclusion of survivors from consideration as a community deeply affected does not just send a message that their ache may not matter, it does unfortunately play into long-standing myths about the nature of intimate partner violence. I want to now address a similar concern, which is in relation to the roundtables on rural communities, safety and policing, where there was also very little consideration of the realities of rural living for those subjected to intimate partner and gender-based violence. We recognize this as a complex issue. There's an inquest that just wrapped up in Ontario that for several weeks really just delved into that particular issue. But given those complexities and the importance of understanding the unique challenges intimate partner violence survivors face in rural communities, we are concerned that the roundtable last week, and again the roundtable discussion this morning, only really scratched the surface on that issue. Indeed, that perspective, or the inclusion of those who provide frontline services to intimate partner violence survivors in rural settings, would have been a very useful and welcome addition in my submission to today's panel. While some of last week's panelists certainly acknowledged that social cohesion and control may impede women from reporting domestic violence in rural communities, it would have been helpful to go further and find out why that's happening. It's notable to our clients that during that roundtable, there was no discussion of several key issues, including why are bystanders potentially seemingly reluctant to report and intervene in rural communities? Is it a fear of retaliation, of being terrorized in their own neighborhoods? Is it that concern about rocking the social cohesion? There was little discussion about how police are often ill-equipped to respond to intimate partner violence in rural settings, whether it's part of the rural and remote nature of the communities, challenges with police being able to respond quickly to calls. And there was really not much discussion either about the culture of policing. There was some discussion about systemic racism within policing in the context of talking about the Indigenous communities, but little to no discussion about concerns about misogyny within the police. And how there was talk about how in the rural context, there's a focus on prevention and the use of police discretion. How do those concerns about racism and misogyny within police culture potentially impact how police choose to exercise their discretion when they are called to respond? There was little discussion about the unique barriers that survivors of intimate partner violence experience in rural communities when they might want to leave, including, to use the phrase that Dr. Cunliffe used this morning, car dependency or lack of access to shelters. There was also little discussion about the lack of services that might be available for perpetrators who might need or want help for their violent behaviors or addictions. And finally, there was no discussion about the unique ways in which coercive control can operate in rural communities, with perpetrators able to weaponize isolation as a tactic to keep their partners close. One final but important gap that we also want to flag was the need to consider the unique barriers survivors of intimate partner and gender-based violence from Indigenous or African Nova Scotia rural communities might face. Dr. McMillan did speak to the experience of some rural Indigenous communities and certainly spoke about the deep distrust of police that lead many women to see calling them as very much a last resort, only to be used in the very most serious cases. And she also certainly identified what our clients speak about regularly as a key concern for many women, which is having child protection get involved if you choose to call police. There was, however, no discussion about other specific issues that other research has shown have been a problem in Indigenous and Black communities, such as the ways in which dual charging or pro-prosecution policies can also lead to the criminalization of women. And that's a concern that is often felt disproportionately by Indigenous, Black, and other racialized communities. With respect to the experience of African Nova Scotia rural communities, Dr. Cunliffe acknowledged that was a gap in the roundtable last week, and we also heard this morning that representatives from the Indigenous and African Nova Scotia communities were not able to attend due to unforeseen circumstances. We would submit that the particular perspectives of survivors of intimate partner and gender-based violence in the Indigenous and African Nova Scotia rural communities is an essential one for you to consider. As Ms. Doucette noted this morning during the roundtable, she was asked to deliver a message on behalf of the Eskenazi community, reminding you about the ongoing impact of violence against Indigenous women and girls, and the fact that there are often not good pathways to report that violence. We think that definitely warrants further careful consideration. A key concern for our clients is that women living in Indigenous and Black communities are acutely aware that if they call police and report that their male partners have abused them, they are aware that their partners will likely face disproportionate consequences as they are processed by the criminal justice system. They are aware of the high rate of criminalization and over-incarceration of men and women in those communities. That incredible distrust of police also leads survivors of intimate partner violence to know that if they do choose to report, They may also be subject to harsh criticism and judgment from their own communities. So while we do not yet have the full schedule for the next 2 weeks, we certainly remain hopeful that at least some of these issues will be addressed. But as you begin to draft your report and to craft your recommendation, we urge you to work to break down the silos between the issues relating to intimate partner and gender-based violence and the other aspects of this inquiry. We see them as inextricably connected. And more generally, we think it's important to work to break down the divide that has too often existed between our understandings of public and private violence. Subject to any questions you have, those are my submissions.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Fitch?
Just thank you for sharing your submission with us today, and I trust that the upcoming work that is planned with the Commission will address some of your issues that you've raised today, and your point is very well taken about the silos and ensuring that we work to change those narratives around private versus public violence. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Fitch.
Commissioner Stan?
Thanks so much. I think that you'll find that a number of the issues that you've raised will be addressed in the next couple of weeks, but also certainly in phase 3 discussions, because a number of the things that you're referring to are certainly going to be important for that recommendation phase. I wonder if you're able to, in future submissions, address that point that you mentioned about the reluctance of bystanders to report intimate partner violence, because certainly that's, of course, something that necessarily is a question whenever these matters are raised. So if you haven't already, I would encourage you to provide materials on that to the Commission. And I know certainly some of the commissioned reports, and you alluded to one of them, but a number of them, the source materials of those do address some of the topics as well. And you'll appreciate that it's a challenge to try to cover everything that might arise from a mandate as broad as this, but just to obviously encourage you to continue with the engagement. It is certainly appreciated, and thank you.
Thank you very much.
And thank you so much for your submissions. Greatly appreciated. Mr. Van Wart.
Thank you. That concludes the submissions this afternoon.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, and thanks for the submissions, both oral and written. We received a helpful submission from Ms. Shigas in written form, and it was read with care and appreciation. The roundtable today relates to the aspect of our mandate where we're directed to inquire into the causes, contexts, and circumstances that give rise to the mass casualty. And of course, there's the rural context, but there's also the causes, contexts, and circumstances include systemic factors, and we heard about and the materials supplied for the roundtable talk about some of those factors with respect to rural Nova Scotia, in particular poverty rates and the relationship between economics and crime and safety in the communities in terms of structural factors. We're also required to give particular consideration to persons or groups differentially impacted, and that's set out in the mandate. So it's part of what we heard in terms of discussion, and will continue to do so. We do need to make recommendations that are useful and implementable in rural communities. So we need to understand the structural and systemic factors that affect service delivery and that affect how communities address issues of safety in order to make useful recommendations. So just a reminder that commissioned reports such as Dr. Foster's report on crime prevention and community safety in rural communities are available for the public to read on our website. And we're certainly still welcoming public submissions about potential research. And of course, as I've indicated, participant submissions about research that would be of assistance in terms of recommendations for public safety, or sorry, community safety. Public proceedings will resume next week back here at the Marriott Harbourfront in Halifax. We'll be focusing, as you've heard, on aspects of our mandate related to gender-based violence and intimate partner violence more explicitly. Next week, during public proceedings, Commission Council will be sharing more foundational documents and research. We'll also be hearing from additional roundtable members and from a number of witnesses, including expert witnesses and the perpetrator's common law spouse, Lisa Banfield. The information gathered on the topic of violence will be applicable to all three phases of our work to help us find out what happened on April 18th and 19th, 2020, to explore the causes, contexts, and circumstances that may have contributed, and to begin to identify recommendations to help make our communities safer. Given our focus on different forms of violence in the next weeks, we encourage everyone to think about how you can prepare and consider how you choose to engage in the upcoming proceedings. Please remember, we do have a dedicated mental health team on site for those attending proceedings in person, and there are many 24-hour support services listed on our website. Thank you all, and we'll see you next week.
Thank you. The proceedings are adjourned until July the 11th, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
Okay. No submissions. Other than just a script. Totally read. This thing was written 2 years ago. Right? When I read the report, the interim report, I didn't even read all of it, which I know I should, but I don't. There's not enough hours in the day. It said right in it that it was pre-written. What? This stuff is all written. They are flying by the seat of their pants, though, because they know that they're in deep, deep doo-doo. All right, so let's see. I'm interested to see Grunn's affidavit. Everybody should be swearing affidavits and be questioned. This is totally ridiculous. Bunk. Stop screen. Now, I'm going to throw something out. You can say, oh, tinfoil, tinfoil, tinfoil. Just a story. It's just a story. But not a story, but news item. Tuesday, last week, do you guys hear anything that happened last Tuesday? It's not a waste, Todd, because we need to show up. People need to show up, sit in those empty rooms down there. They have to go sit there and deal with this vileness. Anybody who can should. Because they gauge and they say to people then, well, nobody really cares. See, nobody's here. Nobody cares. We got to get out in numbers. I know I'm not down there. It sounds hypocritical. I can't be right now. Anybody here in anything that happened in the news last Tuesday, the day before Heidi's funeral? You know, since things have been blowing up, Bant, Lucky, Leather, Grass, Leather, and the announcement of all that, and not Chris Leather, but Chris Leather is, yeah, he's got his own things going on. Darren, calm, cool, collected FBI Darren. Well, they filed it. Oh, I don't know book deal. They keep her in the dark because they know the story is weak. They're gonna have to come with it, like, and people should demand that, not like a Word file, like piss piles of proof. People with names testifying, giving affidavits that they swear to under the threat of perjury. Hospital reports, friends, they better come with a lot. They've had 2.5 years. Nobody, yes. Okay. Now that's going to sound out there. Anybody hear about the bank robbery down Saanich? You know, big old Saanich, 100 and change thousand people outside of Victoria. I don't know who her carekeepers will be. Handlers. Balin's crew. It's interesting. Let's see. Can I get that back? How did I get that? Oh, I sent it to somebody. So, okay, I'll go back to the Saanich thing in a moment. Because the Saanich thing, I'm just going to lay out pieces. Okay, that's it. That's all I'm going to do. I'm not making any suggestions. You know, don't spiral off on me but I'll get to that. Timing. Everything is timing. Okay. Okay, here. Oh, God. Look at the print. Oh, no. Okay, maybe this will be the better way. It's too small for you guys to read. It's too small for me to read. Where did I have it? Any luck with the computer system? If you want to talk about that in here. I don't know if you do. Somebody in here will know what I'm talking about. What in the hell? All right, fine. We'll do this. We'll do this. And we'll do this. No, that's not what I want. Ah! Oh. Okay. Sorry, one moment. Getting there. I talked about this a little bit earlier. Okay. Please take note. Another one. This is fucking horrible. Okay. I don't like to ID people by name unless they want to. Just be out of respect. Too much of a coincidence, okay? There's a lot of tech shit. A lot of tech shit going on. Thank you, CSE. You guys are bastards. Get out of people's computers and phones. Fuck off. We don't want you. That was really small. Well, I did it this way. Okay, so this is a... And you didn't get anything back. Yeah. Exactly. Fuck. Okay. Well, I was actually rooting for your hard drive last night. I prayed for an inanimate object. Oh my God. Can I give you the... Yes, I can. One moment, please. Why is it... That's not what I'm looking for. Here we go. Okay. I know Dear has like so much of our archived material, right? So this is pretty brutal. But, you know, that's the way they're going to play. Dirty. Real fucking dirty, man. Now, so I don't know what to say about that. Just awful. All right. Banfield family victim services referral requests, but people will become more aware of what the fuck they're doing. All of this attacking innocent people, traumatizing, going into computers. Real fucking dirty, man. Talking about all kinds of other goo. From David Mark Larkin, RCMP. Can't find anything on this fellow. Still got some feelers out, but waiting. Not finding anything. Very interesting. To Wayne Bant. CC Angela McKay, who's number 2 in this investigation, right underneath Jerry. And Sean Stanton, who is the holder of files. Gosh knows if there's any relation. I don't know. Hi, Skipper. What is the date? April 23rd, 2020. Hi, Skipper. I have maintained contact with Lisa Banfield's family since April 21st. I have. David Mark Larkin has. April 21st, and have information for you to request victim services to make contacts as follows. 1, Lisa Banfield, spouse of victim, 193 Dartmouth, okay, Portland, as of April 23rd, blank. Will be living at her sister's, Maureen Banfield's house located at blank. I don't know, who's that? Addie's notes say she's going home later that day and the 19th. I don't know what the fuck is going on. Now I know too, superficial injuries. That was what I read in quotations, superficial injuries. Okay. That's even less than minor. Seeking assistance following release from medical care. She has lost all of her identification cards, banking cards, personal information, physical injuries, and mental health supports. She's a non-person. Tinfoily a little bit. Just saying, she's not technically a person on paper at that point. But non-tinfoil is interesting because her sister works in a bank. I'm sure she can get the card, right? RBC. Joint account. Maybe not. Maybe because it's joint. That's a problem. Maybe because they're all tied up in court. That's a problem. Or not all of them. I should be careful about that one. There are joint accounts, and she's the holder of the predominantly all of the accounts. Joint credit cards, jointly deeded properties, jointly deeded companies. Okay, so she's wanting support. April 21st. For your information, she has been advised how to proceed with getting repairs completed to her home as a result of police making entry to execute search warrant. She has been advised to seek legal counsel with regard to her personal assets and her civil circumstances as result of suspect's death, in addition to counsel regarding her involvement with the suspect. Who's giving the counsel? She has been shielded by her family from social media, however, is concerned with becoming the person for others to blame where suspect is gone. Where? Interesting choice of words, but why would she be worried about this on April 23rd? Wasn't she just a victim then? Or did she have some prior knowledge that maybe she might not be regarded as a victim? Awfully early. And you'd figure that you're recovering from injuries, substantial or minor or superficial. Probably lower down on the priority list, I'm thinking. People are going to start pointing their finger at me. Believe me, Brenda. 2. Maureen Banfield, sister of Lisa, caretaker of Lisa. She has been the person in hospital with Lisa and will continue to be the best access to Lisa moving forward. I've read stuff elsewhere in Ben's notes where money has been offered to Lisa. That has to funnel through Bent and then maybe up the chain and through to Maureen before it goes to Lisa, potentially. Gatekeeper? Handler? I don't know. Something funny about that because, and Skippy's not dealing with it. Larkin is. Who's Larkin? Okay, moving along. Maureen is also seeking victim services assistance to help Lisa and herself. She has adult children also looking for contact with victim services. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it's an interesting choice of words. Where? Okay, adult nieces of Lisa through Maureen looking for victim services. Okay. Janice Banfield, sister of Lisa. She had gone to Portland Street to try to find Lisa that night of the incident. I think there's an interesting word I heard. What was it? Detained. And the night, not the morning, the night, and the car, 3 o'clock in the morning, wasn't at home because they were sitting on her house. And it should have been there, according to Halifax Regional Police. Of course, in COVID. Maybe she had a late outing. I didn't read about a return. Now, so she's out, and they detain her that night, or try to find Lisa that night. Sorry, she had gone to Portland Street to try and find Lisa the night of the incident, not the morning, and has been helping Lisa by getting her home and belongings to her. Janice. Okay. For your information, I, Larkin, to Bent, escorted her to Lisa residence, and she has access to this property and is working to arranging repairs to window, and was advised how to go about submitting a repair bill to the RCMP. April 23rd, she is dealing with HRP patrol to escort her back to her residence, to the residence. I thought this was all wrapped and said and done. She has adult children, also looking to contact for contact with victim services. More adult kids, also looking for victim services. Families had just been, some families were still waiting, I believe, possibly, to be informed. 23rd. I can't remember the last identification date. Okay. So we have 2 sisters, adult children, and 2 of the 2 adult, the children, I have the trees somewhere, of Janice and Maureen, the adult children, non-residents of Portapique, not sure why they would be looking for victim services, but they are. Okay, moving along. Others in the family are also looking for victim services referral. Pardon? It's almost like that. Well, I mean, obviously, they would know Wortman. Their aunt is alive. Their aunt is alive. Their sister, their daughter, I don't know who all's looking for stuff. Come on. Tara, not to pick on that one because there are other ones, but I'm just not aware of them. That's the only one I can, sorry, that's not the only one. There are others. I'm just not at liberty to go through those, I don't feel. But Tara had to wait until 2022, this year, for one session. And she lost half her family, 3 people in one night. And yet adult children, sisters, others are getting victim services. Wayne's there for them, but only through Maureen, through Lisa, to Larkin, to Bent. Because Bent's probably not really handling Lisa. Why would he have to send this email, Larkin? Janice, I don't know, first name basis. Janice is going to send me some family contact info. Maybe let me know who you have already referred. Oh, so there's already been referrals for victim services. Plural, sounds like. I guess I could see Lisa. I'm not following other people here, especially ones that are kind of supposedly far out of the way. To filter money to them, if you ask me. Oh, the repairs. Don't know what's going on here. Well, the lawsuit against families. I like that. Oh, don't worry, I'll drop my claims on the estate. Even though you are the estate, right? Because she's beneficiary, co-owned on deeded titles, co-owner of companies. Majority of the bank holdings are in her name. But she dropped that to only then turn around and sue the families. Because she sues the estate. But who is suing the estate? The families. So she does a move that kind of looks like, hey, I really feel badly for you, but actually, I want your money. What you're entitled to. Nice. Nice. Okay. The family is planning to get one representative to keep contact with the RCMP liaison for simplicity. David Mark Larkin, to continue to liaise with the Banfields. But I thought it was Skippy. But he's got to go through Maureen. What a fucking web. Corporal McKay is aware. Number 2 MCU. I'm sorry, I don't know actually who technically is number 2 MCU. I think Vickers is the head. I would guess Jerry's number 2. But all these people are MCU. MCU major involvement right away, which I don't really still understand. And they're the ones that are dishing out orders in the background. But Corporal McKay is number 2 in the investigation. I believe may have retired. Angela. David Mark Larkin, Constable. Southwest Nova Major Crimes Unit. Don't know anything about this fellow. But what a web. Lisa to Maureen to Larkin to Wayne. All kinds of victim services going out very early. It doesn't sound like Wayne can really deal with Lisa. Not too much. Why is a guy from New Minas? No idea. It's just those random documents that you stumble into, because I think if I search Larkin, there's no Larkin. Let's just try it. This is the wonders of looking at just kind of, punching around. You'll find different things. Oh, no document. Let's try under band. There should be an email there, I think. I don't believe there is one, though. I don't remember what they call this thing. What did they call it? Let's try again. Banfield Family Victim Services referral requests. Yum. Yum. I am not saying that she is 100% not a victim. She could be. Very small chance. And I've said since the beginning, I don't think that this is possible. I'm always a bit veiled. I'm very conservative about my points. But they're there. Quite early. And quite strongly, not soon after. No proof. Word file. Where's all the interviews? Still waiting. Okay. Just thought I'd bring that to your attention. I need some. So please go and grab that. Once again, I'll post the link. Maybe, ask about that. Victims do not need lawyers the same day the murders happen. Well, you think you're worried about all the injuries and shit you have, right? Was it down in Toronto? And Lockyer. One day we'll go into all the timing on all that too. That's very interesting. Yes. Victims really shouldn't have to pay. But what do you guys type to find all these emails? Just random. That one was totally random. I was looking for something else and I found it and I was like, oh. I just click on things and I'll read through them kind of quickly. But you can just randomly find stuff. I don't even remember what the hell the search was I was looking for. Maybe I just searched under email or something. Oh, commission brought up Brinks. Yes, they have. They presented them in the foundational documents, I believe. Again, anything I'm wrong on, please correct me. It was in one of the MCC omission shenanigans. Now, okay, so there's part number 2 to that, which could or maybe is or is not. Remember I talked about Kitchener-Waterloo Regional Police Services Chief Brian Larkin, appointed RCMP Deputy Commissioner. Big move. He's a little bit past his policing prime. Don't think he's going to be there long. Is Brian Larkin related to David Mark, the Banfield's liaison? Larkin? Are they related? And what did, we talked about this a few times, right? And what did Larkin come in and take over for? Out of Waterloo Regional. Provides critical frontline support, operational supports, such as forensic analysis, firearms, criminal records, advanced police technology, combating child sex exploitation, and locating missing persons. That's an interesting move. April 22nd, 2022. Okay. Probably some things may have happened around April 2022, April 22, 2022. 2022, 22 likes to rear its head. I don't know the significance of 22, but it's there. Is Brian related to Banfield's liaison? Larkin? Larkin, I guess, is just handling Maureen, who handles Lisa. One moment, please. Okay. Oh no, did I may have spilled a little bit of coffee. I hope not. Surprising, I've got pee pads everywhere from all their script. Anyway, Arkham would have enough time. Well, he's involved in some of the stuff, you know, that FAC department. Right, Chris. Like he doesn't know. Okay. Oh, I forgot to get one thing. All right. No cigarettes. What are you going to do? What kind of cigarettes do you? What kind of cigarettes would you like, sir? Or the one in the brown pack, please. I don't remember the name. Okay. Well, Snippy has some opinions on Brian. That's an interesting move. All right, now. We'll just report it as a interesting story. Tragic. Very tragic. Saanich bank robbery, right? Heidi's funeral the next day. Previous week, we had all kinds of problems with, I don't know, gun bills, banned texts, which never were really addressed at all. But made an exhibit, the admission of webcams. Okay. Bank robbery. Saanich. So, for those of you, there was a post. I actually don't think I've read the Wikipedia. Did I? I don't remember. It was up right away. Very interesting. I guess in this day and age, you know. June 28th, 2022. A shootout occurred between two suspects responding to officers following a botched robbery. Bank of Montreal branch in Saanich. Saanich, which, again, very small. I would think it has to rival Peterborough. in terms of the smallest city, if it's deemed a city, 117,000 people. Very small on the outskirts of Victoria, I believe, on Vancouver Island. Okay. Both suspects were killed by police, while 6 officers were injured, 3 of them severely. Obviously, this is terrible. Police responded to reports of armed suspect bank robbery, Bank of Montreal. At the time of the robbery, there were approximately 22 people inside the bank, most of them employees. Now, let's just do a search. So 22, right? 22. You all know the number 22, right? Okay, let's just see something here. A lot of people in a bank, by the way, on a Tuesday, in a city of 117,000 people. 22 people. That's a lot of fucking people. Okay. Oh, come on. Man, I hate that. Okay. Standing there with an assault rifle. Hostage described scene of BC bank robbery. Okay, terrible, terrible news, right? Victoria resident Shelley Fryer. Okay, Fryer. Anybody heard the name Fryer anywhere? Just saying. Let's see. Trivia time. Anybody heard Fryer somewhere? You guys are good, so I expect. Fryer? Anybody? Aha. There you go. Just a coincidence. Do you know who noticed it, funnily enough? There. When I was reading her story, because I was like finding a lot of things here. And I was reading it aloud. And she's like, Fryer. And I'm like, Fryer? She's like, Fryer. Like Aaron. Sounds kind of the same. I'm like, ooh. Okay. Next item. 22, right? She had never been in the branch before. 2 minutes after she sat down, the bank was being robbed. Fryer said they first heard an explosion. Okay. Here's Shelley Fryer not saying anything in her living room. Okay. You know, she's just in her living room. All have living rooms. Screw off. Just saying. Just saying. Global. Here we go. Okay. Bank manager stood up. Oh, well, maybe we can listen to her stuff. That would be important, I think. I don't know why actually the sound isn't coming through. Isn't that odd? I don't particularly want to listen to your goo, whatever in the hell that is. Something about garbage there. Please put on apps so that you can give permissions to all kinds of things and we can sell your data. No, you can fuck right off. How's that? Now, for some reason, didn't seem to have the audio there. Okay. So I'm going to have to put it through my microphone. My apologies.
Only time I've ever been there, went in to see him and sat down, and 2 minutes, not 2 minutes later, there was an incredible explosion and shocked me, and he stood up, and I looked and I saw that the tellers had gotten down, and I said, you know, kind of what to do, and he went so calmly, we're being robbed. And he got a key, and as he got the key, I kind of went, I said, should I get down? And he said, just a sec. And I was going to go by my chair. I was now going to crouch by my chair. And I look up, and in the doorway is a guy standing there with an assault rifle, balaclava, vest, some guards on his legs, just standing there quietly.
Assault rifle.
Standing there, calm, didn't say really anything at all. The manager held the key out, and they said vault. And the manager tried to give him the key to go. He's like, you know, go. So off they walked to the vault. Very calm. The dead silence in the bank. Dead silence. Quiet. And I thought, I'm not hearing any sirens. I'm not hearing alarms. I looked because it's shaded at the glass in the bank on the doors, and I looked and I couldn't see him walking, but I heard another voice, so I knew that there was at least two of them. And I kind of reached up and
I heard voices. Just think back. There'll be subtle elements you may hear.
I grabbed my cell phone, and then I called 911. And I
Cell phone, 911. Again, obviously these things are totally there, right? Obviously. But cell phone.
whispered and whispered, but I knew that it was so quiet in the bank. And I was just whispering like you do on the movies. And got a little bit upset because she's talking to me. And I was whispering very quietly.
Whispering.
I have to apologize. Shout out to her too. Because then I swore at her. And I'm like, oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. And then as I saw him, he kind of forgot about me because he took the manager away. And as he paced back, very calmly walking, calmly. Every officer came in, and I subsequently learned later, after seeing those two videos of the shootout, those officers came into the bank, and they had taken 6 of their brothers in arms away who had been injured, running into the line of fire to save us. They all came in, and they apologized to us. They said, we're sorry this happened.
Oh, very unbelievable tragedy. Whispering, cell phones. The bank manager stood up And she looked over and she saw that the teller, and she said she looked over and saw the bank tellers were all crouching down. The bank manager said so calmly, "We're being robbed," Fryer said. And he got a key. As he got the key, I said, "Should I get down?" And he said, "Just a sec. I was going to go by my chair. I was going to go to crouch by my chair. And I looked up in the doorway, and there's a guy standing there with an assault rifle. I mean, those military type rifles. I think that's in other stories." Fryer said the man was wearing a balaclava vest. And some guards looked at his legs, and some guards, I think that's supposed to be shin guards or something. Some guards on his legs, and he was just standing there quietly. The manager held out the key, and the man said, "Vault." And the manager tried to give him the key to go, Fryer added. But the man motioned to the manager to lead him to the vault. There's the chief. Let's listen to the chief. She said she didn't hear any alarms, but she could hear another voice. At least, and that's when she called 911. It'd be terrifying. 22 in a bank on a Tuesday morning.
Continues into an ongoing incident at a bank in Saanich that began yesterday. 2 suspects are deceased and 6 officers from the Greater Victoria Emergency Response Team, GVERT, sustained gunshot wounds. As I stated,
GVERT sustained gunshot wounds. Okay. Hurt.
In yesterday's press conference at approximately 11 a.m. on Tuesday, June 28th, officers with the Saanich Police, GVERT, and Vic PD responded to a call that 2 armed men had entered a bank in the 3600 block of Shelburne Street in the municipality of Saanich. Multiple officers responded to the scene and encountered the armed suspects who exchanged gunfire with police. 2 suspects were shot by police and died at the scene. 6 GVERT officers suffered gunshot wounds and were transported to hospital in an emergency.
Terrible, awful shooting of police officers. Unbelievable. 6 of them. ERT members. By 2 people who had never committed a crime. We'll get to that later. Okay. ERT members. Awful, terrible. Don't mistake me. Just saying it how it is.
3 officers have been released from hospital after receiving medical care and are now recovering at home with their families. 3 officers sustained what were considered life-threatening injuries at the time of the incident. These officers remain in hospital following extensive surgeries. 1 of these officers will require additional surgeries and treatment over the coming months. And 1 of these officers remains in the intensive care unit following surgery and will require additional surgeries and treatment in the coming months. Explosive devices were discovered during the incident in a vehicle associated to the suspects.
Explosive devices in the car. of two people who have never committed a crime that we know of.
Homes and businesses in close proximity to the scene of the incident had to be evacuated for safety, while the BC RCMP Provincial Explosive Disposal Unit, known as EDU, attended to address the devices. Early this afternoon, the explosive devices were transported to Heartland Landfill Facility by EDU and safely destroyed. Some residents and businesses remain unable to return to their homes and places of work as officers continue to process the crime scene. I'd like to sincerely thank and extend my sincere gratitude and appreciation to the RCMP EDU for their professionalism, expertise, care, and commitment. This was a high-risk situation that was safely resolved. This remains an ongoing police incident. Shelburne Street between Cedar Cross Road and Donnelly Avenue remain closed today during the investigation. Officers continue to investigate the potential of a third suspect involved in this incident. However, at this time, we do not have information to believe that there is a risk to the public. We will continue an ongoing risk assessment and keep the community and public apprised of any updates. The Vancouver Island Integrated Major Crime Unit, known as VIMQ, has assumed conduct of the criminal investigation.
VINQ. Assumed. Okay.
And will be the primary agency responsible for media inquiries about this investigation. Please submit tips related to this investigation to the VINQ information line at 250-380-6211. Sergeant Chris Manso will be able to answer any questions related to this investigation as time goes on. As previously mentioned, with all officer-involved shootings in British Columbia, the Independent Investigation Office is also investigating this incident.
The Independent Investigation Office. Those of you who have watched for a while will know of Ronnie McDonald, the Ronnie McDonald, the former head and creator of CERT. Talked about him before, remember? BC, what was it? Ronnie and the Happy Wheels of Justice video? Ronnie. Okay.
Speaking on behalf of the officers of the Greater Victoria Emergency Response Team, the Saanich Police Department, and the Victoria Police Department, my heart goes out to all officers who were involved in yesterday's incident, all team members, and all their family, friends, and colleagues. I attended the hospitals today and met with officers who are in there and their families. They wanted me to extend their sincere thanks and appreciation to the public for their ongoing support. It means a lot to them.
What happens the next day again? Heidi's funeral. It's awful. Really fucking awful. Shooting police officers. 6 of them. ERT members. Terrible.
I also had the opportunity to review the video of the incident this morning. And I can say how moved I am at the bravery demonstrated by these officers. These officers were patrol frontline officers and emergency response team officers. They ran towards live and active gunfire, while a human instinct is to run away from such imminent danger.
Is there any question somewhere in Canada right now about people who ran away or didn't go in or something? Just saying. The day before Heidi's, I think, of course, all of last week's terrible and what is continuing to be a fucking horrible black eye for the RCMP.
Our motto at Saanich, you may know, is keeping Saanich safe. And that is exactly what these officers did yesterday during this incident. An outpouring of support from police agencies across the province and throughout Canada has constantly been coming in. And for this, we are very grateful. The support, encouragement, and camaraderie is alive and well, and it serves our members well and keeps them motivated and inspired.
I'm very glad that, people are supporting the police because they're having a difficult time down in Nova Scotia. It's a remarkable coincidence that such an event would terrible and tragic, horrific event would happen. The day before Heidi's funeral.
I'd like to also recognize the great assistance received from the Saanich Fire Department, the provincial ambulance,
Fire department, ambulance,
the BC government, Police Services Division, and the hospital medical professionals at the Victoria General Hospital and Royal Jubilee Hospital. The trauma surgeons, medical staff, nurses, and doctors have done amazing work and are to be greatly commended and thanked for their heroic efforts.
Not to be a poo-pooer or anything. I just wonder what the fire department did here, but I think I've heard of the fire department kept out of things, certain things, somewhere else. Just saying. Unity, very important.
I'd just like to re-emphasize that when it was reported yesterday about the vague information that there was possibly a third suspect, we were acting on just that, vague information. Our goal was to keep the public safe, and that's why a shelter in place was ordered. This shelter in place has now been rescinded.
Shelter in place. Shelter in place. One moment, please. Okay, my apologies. My apologies. All right. Are you gonna play? Are you gonna play whatever shit that is they want you to put on your phone? Not that they're data mining or anything. Building profiles of people. Your data's worth a lot of money. Why? All right, so now they're sheltering in place. Okay. Is this going to continue? 16, 15. The press conference? Not sure. Okay, here we go. You got him, boy. You got him, boy.
Gunfire would mark the moment lives were changed forever.
We are witnessing a bank robbery.
Bullets injuring 6 police officers, shaking their departments to the core.
These police officers and first response partners are heroes.
Officials releasing an update Tuesday. Of the 3 Saanich police officers who suffered gunshot wounds, 1 was released from hospital shortly after the incident. 2 remain in care. 1 is in stable condition, while the other has undergone several surgeries to date and is still in the ICU.
And has been showing signs of improvement day by day.
The officers have a combined 23 years of service with the Saanich Police Department.
23. Okay. Just saying.
Working in patrol, the detective division, community engagement, and of course, the Greater Victoria Emergency Response Team. The officers' names were not released.
I didn't want to risk any type of situation that would take away from their healing process.
Victoria Police also...
No names. Don't worry. We should celebrate them, I guess, with just in... Not celebrate them, sorry. Yes, and wish them, of course, well and speedy recovery. And thank goodness that they were there. ERT members. But I guess you can't really send them well wishes because there's no name. Just maybe general police well wishes.
Confirming its 3 injured officers' conditions have remained unchanged. Echoing Chief Duffy's comments, writing, "We need to do what is best for our officers and their families and respect their wishes for privacy at this time."
We are wearing blue heart stickers today.
But it's no secret, the community is behind them. On Canada Day, these stickers were worn by officers and handed out to the community, honoring the 6 GVERT members and their acts of bravery.
The police department is overflowing with cards, gifts, and thoughts of well wishes. Several people have asked, how can they help?
A GoFundMe now nearing $200,000 in donations seems to be the place to start.
The response, from the families and, from our members as well has been just gratitude.
It's what's fueling.
Okay, so our members, I guess that lady's in the police department. I haven't watched this. I'll be honest.
The departments, as the investigation into what happened here continues, and information surrounding the suspects, Matthew and Isaac Octorloni, emerges. The 22-year-old brothers were the only people killed. Had it not been for those 6 highly trained ERT officers who ran into the line of fire, there's no doubt the outcome would have been much worse.
Terrible.
I don't want to even think about what could have happened had they not been there.
Kylie Stanton, Global News.
Great, like heroism running in. I'm, was wrestling with police having difficulty somewhere else with the running in thing. But I guess that just kind of, it's all gone away now. It was very, very quiet, she said, back to, what was it? A Fryer. Back to Fryer. Because you've never heard that before. It wasn't frantic, crazy. That's 2 errors in an article. Wow. What you can imagine it would have been. Fryer. Was one of 22 people who ended up getting injured, who was being held hostage in the bank Tuesday morning when the suspects burst in. She said she saw 3 suspects in total. Saanich confirmed Wednesday that they were looking at the possibility of the 3rd suspect. 2 were shot and killed. Fryer said there were no, she could see one suspect pacing up and down during the robbery like a country walk, back and forth with an assault rifle. Rural. Okay. Oh, here, I haven't seen this one. This is good. Okay, let's see. Best to get everything out. I don't want to play. No, whatever your goo is, like. When police arrived, she said she saw officers and then heard gunfire. This article may have been altered. This is not an article I have seen before. I've got a couple others archived that are rather good, but it may have been altered because I was searching for a specific item.
Happened. I was right across the street when this happened. I was coming to actually mail a letter at the post office or the post box over there.
Oh, the
and
post
I saw
box.
the commotion and all the police.
Post box.
Kind of, I don't know how you call it, kind of milling down the street. All with guns drawn. What the hell is going on? So I just stood there and watched, and all of a sudden, all the gunfire opened. There must have been 40 or 50 shots fired. It was just like a machine gun going off. It was incredible, and all the scattering, and then the police came in and jumped on obviously the people that were the bad guys that were on the ground, and it was just unbelievable on the ground, and obviously the people that were the bad guys.
Oh, it's just convenient that the police are driving by. Machine gun. Damn military guns.
Guys that were on the ground, and it was just unbelievable. It's like right out of a movie.
Unbelievable. Right out of a movie. Okay. No name. Just witness is his name. Source. See that a lot of places. When the police arrived, she said she saw officers and heard gunfire. The next thing they knew, the police came into the building. Some bank employees, including a pregnant woman. What was that up here? 22. And a pregnant woman. Heard that anywhere? In a bank? A Tuesday morning? In a small town? Just saying. ERT members? Lots of coincidences. It's just a coincidence. When the RCMP are having difficulties. We're hiding in closets. Hiding in closets. I've heard that somewhere too. Closets. Multiple officers from Saanich. No idea what was happening. Multiple officers from Saanich, Victoria, responded to the scene encountered the armed suspects, which is when gunfire was exchanged. Six officers, 3 were shot, 3 were injured, 3. Okay, sorry. 3 and 3. Okay, 3 from Saanich Police and 3 from Victoria Police. So more 3 and 3 again. Saanich Police said Wednesday that 3 remain in hospital in serious condition. Let's watch this one. Neighborhood shocked. Every officer that came yesterday had taken 6 of their brothers in arms away who had been injured, running into the line of fire to save us, Fryer said. I'm glad this, totally throws all that RCMP stuff away.
Our Kylie Stanton joins us live from near the scene with the latest. Kylie, what's the situation there this afternoon?
Well, yes, Colleen, as you mentioned, the Saanich Police did hold the scene overnight. You can see it's still behind police tape today. That means an entire stretch of Shelbourne Street remains closed. Businesses are shut down. People in the area who live nearby were forced from their homes, having to find somewhere else to stay last night. Now, this is because the explosive disposal unit from Vancouver was working on that suspect vehicle, trying to dismantle what was said to be an explosive device inside. They've since cleared out. The IIO is now on scene, as is the coroner.
Kylie, I know that neighborhood really well. People there, it's quiet. People there are understandably shocked by this incident.
Quiet neighborhood. Quiet neighborhood. Shocking.
Yeah, absolutely, Colleen. We spoke to several witnesses. People told us what they saw, what they heard. Some were just right next door to the bank. Just really gave us a real sense of just how serious this situation was that unfolded Tuesday morning.
I witnessed 2 of the officers being shot, and I witnessed the one gunman being shot, and what I believe...
Chris Ford. I swear I've heard Ford somewhere. Just saying. I don't know. These are all new little things.
Being shot, and I witnessed the one gunman being shot and what I believe to be killed. It was a pretty intense and gory sight. Like, my family is more than mortified. My daughter is terrified. It's unbelievable that this even would happen in our neighborhood.
We were very close, within probably 7,500 feet of the shooting. So I just grabbed her and we fell to the ground and we went underneath a bush and huddled under the bush until the
huddled under a bush. Huddled under a bush. Ford makes cars, don't they? Like that witness? Ford Tauruses, right? Ford trucks. Ford. Oh, okay. Oh, there's the bush. Just saying.
There was 2 rounds of fire. It was a big barrage, and then there was a blank time, like a point where there wasn't any firing at all. I said, as soon as that happens, there's probably going to be a second volley, so be ready and go right behind that truck. So as soon as it stopped, we ran behind the truck.
Volley. Wow. Okay.
And we stayed there until it all ended.
ran behind the truck.
Now, a joint statement was released this morning from local mayors and the police ward chairs. Just a real show of support for the officers involved in yesterday's shootout, their families, and the communities they serve. Take a listen here to Fred Haynes, Mayor of Saanich.
What stood the test today was the professional training, the culture of our police department members, and their willingness to run to danger so that our residents and the bank staff, the workers in the area, the children were kept safe from harm.
The children were kept from harm because they ran toward danger. Thank you. My heart is going out to these officers because they were real heroes. The children. Didn't know there was children in this story, but maybe that was the closet. Oh, no, that was the pregnant woman. No, one of the 22 plus the pregnant woman. Well, 22, one of whom was pregnant. Oh, okay. Children in a bank kept from harm. I don't know. Probably outside. Maybe that was who was hiding under the bush with that man, right? Because he said there was a girl or something. Just making observations.
Now, Saanich Police have said they are going to hold a press conference this afternoon, 3:30 p.m. outside of their detachment. Now, we're hoping to get an up.
3:30. What's that again? 33. Three Saanich officers, 3 Victoria, 3 wounded, 3 seriously, and 3 wounded so seriously. 3:30 time for the press. Just saying.
Update on the conditions of the 6 officers who suffered gunshot wounds. We are hearing there's some cautious optimism they will pull through, but of course, some very serious injuries in some cases, and it's just too soon to say at this point. We will bring you those details as soon as they become available. Colleen?
Kylie, thank you. And of course, we will carry that press conference live on BC1 this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Global. Okay, Global. Every officer came running into the line of fire to save us. Fryer. Did Fryer have a problem somewhere? Amongst a host of others. They all came in and apologized to us. They said, "We're sorry this has happened. We're sorry this happened." And the emotions they must have been feeling, I felt so bad. I don't even care personally for myself right now. The trauma that I went through. I think that was Fryer that we saw before. Okay. Heavily traumatized. Oops, sorry, wrong story. Sorry, trauma. My apologies. I'm getting mixed up here. Getting really mixed up. Don't even care for myself personally right now. You know, the trauma I went through, it's about the officers. Police confirmed explosive devices were found in a vehicle associated with the suspects, and some homes and businesses in the area were evacuated as a precaution. But thank you. These people are... Saanich Police Chief Dean Duthie say the explosives were transported to a safe location and detonated Wednesday. I feel so grateful for all the police, all the presence, all the first responders. Fryer said, trying to hold back tears. I guess that must have been later in the interview. I missed that part. It's very traumatic. My heart goes out to her. I just knew my whole life, call the police and they come. And they did. Oh. 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 Let's see what this is because I haven't seen it yet. RCMP. I'll just leave that goo out of the screen. Don't mean to pollute your eyes or your minds or put it on your phone. Yay, it's free. Right. Of course it is. That's the way the world works. Everything's free. Like Facebook.
And for the very latest on the
Okay, so let's see here. Oh, I forgot it was via Zoom.
situation, we're joined by the mayor of Saanich, Fred Haynes, who's also the chair of the police board. Thank you for being here, sir.
Oh, is the chair of the police
Thank you for your
board.
interest in this situation.
He's the chair of the police board, but also the mayor. Oh, okay. Nice ribbon.
As we've heard from other members on your call today, we're all in shock. We're devastated that our officers are injured. These are individuals that run to danger to save our residents from danger.
Run to danger to save our residents of danger. I thought they were in the bank. Okay.
They put on their uniforms every day, the men and women in uniform. And the team that was here is the rapid response team. We're in danger to save our residents from danger. They put on their uniforms every day, the men and women in uniform. And the team that was here is the rapid response team. We have a number of integrated units in the region. And without hesitation, they put their safety and lives on the line with their training and culture so that our residents weren't harmed. So
training and culture. Did I hear that right? Culture?
Units in the region. And without hesitation, they put their safety and lives on the line with their training and culture so that our residents weren't harmed. So later on today at 9 o'clock, Mayor Helps, Desjardins and I are releasing a press release, which is a little bit of an update. I've already been meeting with the Chief of Police this morning. I'm seeing him again, Dean Duthie, at 9:30. Our hearts and minds are with the families. We're not able to release at this time any health updates. We're waiting for progress from the hospital. I have to say we're just...
That would be because of the privacy stuff, right? You can't release, of course, health privacy. Not seeing that anywhere else being invoked.
Still recovering from the shock. That said, what stood the test today was the professional training, the culture of our police department members, and their willingness to run to danger so that our residents and the bank staff, the workers in the area.
The training, the culture, training, I think he said that now twice in 1 minute, 23 seconds about the training and the culture. I'm sensing almost like I tell the truth. People thought I'm telling the truth. People think I'm lying. Sorry.
The children were kept safe from harm. As our chief said yesterday, it's a small miracle no one else was seriously hurt or killed. Sadly.
Okay, so that's the other children introduction was not the same quotation. So he's obviously there was a lot of children in danger because he's saying it again.
The two perpetrators are deceased. As you heard also, it's a bafflement that someone would do an armed robbery of a bank on the southern tip of an island. It's a big puzzle to us that this happened. That said, it stands up that we had all the responses, the trained officers, the system worked flawlessly. The sad part is that 6 officers are injured in hospital, and there'll be a debriefing afterwards to see what could be done better, what are lessons.
You better answer your phone, man. It's ringing, by the way.
Learned. But I have to say, yesterday, the sad part is that 6 officers are injured in hospital, and there'll be a debriefing afterwards to see what could be done better, what are lessons learned. But I have to say, yesterday.
What are the lessons learned? You know, like what lessons are learned? Somebody else learning lessons somewhere? I don't know. Just saying.
We're receiving an outpouring of concern, love, and affection from the residents of Saanich, from Victoria and the region, and across BC and indeed Canada, as people rallied behind what they saw was happening and came to the emotional support of our police department. So as Mayor of Saanich,
you know, and this is really good because it's really too bad the RCMP have really done a number. So it's just a miraculous coincidence. It'll restore faith and trust. I'm sure in all the training times 3 so far. 2 minutes, 22 seconds.
And chair of the police board, I would like to thank everybody who's done that. It's still live. It's still live on Twitter. And the updates will be coming from the Saanich Police Department live on Twitter.
Live on Twitter. Twitter. Have I heard Twitter anywhere also?
As we get more news throughout the day.
Because the Twitter, somewhere is, what was it? Oh, it's eluding me now. What was the quotation again? There was no problems with the Twitter anywhere. No. Lessons learned, put in the toolbox with the Twitters.
And Mayor, can you tell us, are they still searching for a third suspect, a potential third suspect?
That's a great question. No, it turned out we thought there was a belief there was a third suspect because of what we would call the getaway car. You have to be cautious in these things. So there was a huge lockdown, a massive police presence with West Shore RCMP, officers from across the region, in a very integrated, well-prepared, well-executed approach to find that third person. But we now believe there was not a
well-prepared, well-executed
third person. So with that message that just gone out, we hope our residents can feel safe and secure. Meanwhile, there is quite a bit of investigation still to go on. A huge number of shots were fired. It's a small miracle that no staff at the bank or residents were harmed.
And Mayor, do you know there was an evacuation in place due to a possible bomb in that suspect vehicle? Is that lifted and cleared now as well?
That's lifted and cleared, and there'll be more released about that. There's a theory that that was maybe a device that would give a distraction during some getaway attempt. We're not quite sure of its purpose, but we understand that that is under control.
Okay, so I didn't know that there was a getaway vehicle. That's interesting. I didn't realize that. I guess that's maybe answers why you would bring a explosive device for your car.
More news will be coming out on that later. And I have to say, I really appreciate the interest of the Vancouver residents on this, because this could happen in your community, and we're hopeful that BC has exceptional police, and the training that they have, I'm sure, will stand everyone in good stead. But we do appreciate that this could happen anywhere.
And Mayor, I wanted to ask you lastly, for your...
what was that I read too? Something here. One moment, please. You know, I talked about how the RCMP, it's really tragic how the RCMP have been, have been kicked out of Surrey, right? You know, because the RCMP's home headquarters, basically outside of Ottawa, is Surrey. Gigantically huge campus. Huge. But they don't police that area anymore. They got removed. Even though there was some consulting firm, an individual from a consulting firm who was rallying very heavy to keep them. Oh, that's right. He used to be an assistant commissioner with the RCMP. No, he doesn't have any kind of horse in this race at all. Now, oh, my apologies. That's blank. Why are these blank? Oh, okay. Right. Now, one moment. I guess this doesn't work. That's interesting. I don't know tech that well. Oh, come on. That was absolutely not the link. Oh, yeah, here we go. Is that going to work? Oh, no, it will not. One moment, sorry. April 28, Darren's first major press conference, the one that they would allow aired, because they did the 4 days prior that they didn't air live. I think they had birds or something in place of it. April 28, 2 years earlier to the day, ditch RCMP, set up BC police force, MLAs recommend. Interesting. I guess, well, maybe it wasn't just Surrey. Maybe they're having issues elsewhere. Maybe that culture of abuse and things going on. Just how the women didn't mention anything about that. Susie Bootlin, etc. Moving along.
Our community, how will you help them make sure that people continue to feel safe? I'm sure they're rattled, obviously, over what happened. Is there anything that City Hall can do?
Yes. First of all, that's a question that addresses a number of things. The banks, I'm sure, will be putting forward some comfort and connection with their staff, not just a
comfort center, comfort.
The BMO Bank, but banks across the region, shops across the region. City Hall, we have a press release coming out at 9 o'clock with Mayor Helps and Mayor Gisardens and myself. We're the two departments with injured officers. Of course, other departments were involved as well. We'll be looking at what messaging we can put out.
What other departments were involved? Oh, who patrols the vast majority of Vancouver Island again?
This was so surprising, and coming through the last 2 years with COVID, it's a world of surprises. So we will be looking at what messaging is needed and what steps we need to add to our processes. That's a great question. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your time and for your service, and of course for the officers that took part in this and are injured. Hopefully everybody is well. Thank you again for your time. That is Fred Haynes, Mayor of Saanich, as well as Chair of the Police Board. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Did they have problems over there before in Victoria with the police chief? Who was that again? Oh, Frank Elsner. Have you ever heard of Frank Elsner? Anyway, we'll just try and keep it smaller. Not that there was any kind of political corruption going on there. No, not at all. Okay, now let's try something else. The car. What kind of car? What kind of car was it? All right, here's. I don't know this article either. Twin brothers, twins. Oh, perhaps we can find the press conference. That's a good one. I do have that somewhere. One moment, please. Really? Okay, not on that. All right, we'll try this one. You never know. Maybe they deleted it. That would never happen. They don't do that. Seamus, what are you talking about here? Let me see here. CTV. There's another interview with Fryer. No ID yet. It took a few days. Saanich police tight-lipped on weapons used. Okay, well, that was an interesting press conference. We could watch that. That's 16 minutes long, however. But it is interesting. It's got little stuffs in there.
After 11 o'clock Tuesday morning, another.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to find.
The Vancouver Island
Okay. So let's do this. Oops. My apologies. Gotta move it over here. Oh, what's that? Has anybody ever heard of twins anywhere? Just asking. Twins, and of course you've all heard of twins. Twins and any other major stories? Just saying. Might want to look it up. Mm-hmm. Yeah. 2-2, 2-2, 2-2-2, 2-2, 2-2. 3-3, 3-3. Okay. But there are a few stories out there on things to do with bang incidents with twins. Quebec Mosque one. Remember that? I certainly do. But there's a few others. Those twins, they get around. Was I muted? 22222. Yes. 22222. Twins. I was saying twins. Oh, okay. I see. No sound. I see. Okay. My apologies. I muted. Go back here. Because I can't share my screen. Somebody took that away from me. And I've tried. There's not even an article on it. Nobody else has experienced this problem ever. Thank you for telling me. I think I got a text too. Video of twin. Okay, my apologies. My apologies. The video was muted. Well, that's because of me. So I accept responsibility. 22 twins. Twins, two are into twins, right? But twins are kind of have a disproportionate problem with major incidents.
The two deceased males are 22-year-old twin brothers, Matthew and Isaac Octoloni from Duncan. Investigators have spoken.
All right, so what is that last name again? Artoloni? I would think that's not a very common name. Artoloni. Oh boy. I got a lot of stuff to look into. Oh, go away. Who's this again? I don't know. If he's any relation. That would be very strange. Vice Admiral Bob Artoloni assumed leadership of Canadian Joint Operations Command. Wayne Iyer. Oh boy. Now we're getting into something else. What is Canadian Joint Operations Command? Is there somebody in here who knows that? Far better than I. I don't know. Just saying. would be an odd thing. There is somebody in here most certainly knows that answer, and I defer to them because they know. I don't. And it's frankly the information that they dug up. Very rare character this would be. Very rare. Joint Operations Command. 18th of June, 2021. Hard drives. Where was I here? Oh no, Brenda. So we got out the answer here. No, he's from Esquimalt, this man, which just happens to be on Vancouver Island, the harbor of Victoria. There we go. CJOC is in charge of all internal Canadian soil deployment, including PSYOPs and Special Forces Propaganda Department. Oh, and who's the head of that again? Artolone. Any relation? No idea. I find hard drives too. Moving along. Oh, wait, sorry, we were listening to their press conference. Where was that again? Right.
With their family, and they are cooperating with our investigation. They have asked for privacy at this time. The two deceased males are 22-year-old twin brothers, Matthew and Isaac Octoloni from Duncan. Investigators have spoken with their family, and they are cooperating with our investigation. They have asked for privacy at this time. We're looking into the suspects' backgrounds and can confirm that neither had criminal records or were known to police. We understand that the release of the names of the two deceased may answer the who, but there are still many questions and investigation efforts that need to take place in order to fully understand what took place and why.
Okay, so let's just double check. That would not be right if I was wrong about that one, right? Motive may never be known, says criminologist. Well, I've never heard that either. Okay. Dressed in body armor, you know, the hard body armor, that's all in there too. Okay. Oh, yes, those two individuals who went missing. I forgot about them. Now, there's the name. Statement from Canadian Armed Forces. Guadada. The statement from Canadian Armed Forces said Matthew Artolone never passed. Had applied to be part of the military. Does that sound familiar? He'd applied to be part of the military, but he just didn't get accepted. He wanted to be part of the military, but he didn't get accepted. That's fucked up, man. What are you talking about? But he did pass the aptitude test. Now, Artolone. Right? Artolone. Oh. Uh-oh. Mm-hmm. You seeing what I'm seeing? Just saying. There's a lot of coincidences. Miraculous. Gas pumps.
Motive behind the armed robbery and subsequent exchange of gunfire with police has not yet been determined.
Exchange, gunfire.
We believe there could be people that may have more information about the brothers, their recent activities and travels, and we need those people to come forward and speak to police.
Mm-hmm.
VIMQ can also confirm that the two individuals are connected with the white four-door 1992 Toyota Camry that has two black racing stripes over the hood and the roof.
Oh, how strange. A white car with stripes. Not police stripes. But does that resonate in some people's minds? Stripes, white car, the subtle into somebody's head who maybe read something about white cars and stripes. Maybe. And they're very little. That's crazy talk, Todd. What are you talking about?
Since releasing the photo on Thursday of the vehicle and requesting the public's assistance, we have received a number of calls and tips. Investigators are continuing to following up on the information. The investigation to date has determined that only 2 suspects were in the bank. However, we're continuing to look into whether anyone else was involved or associated to the events on Tuesday. Dozens of interviews have been...
Get out of here, honkering. Worked at Canadian Tire? Oh, seriously? Seriously? Please, please, no.
Conducted, and hundreds of hours of surveillance video footage have been gathered.
Where's that footage?
All of which is being reviewed.
Do they have dash cam?
The forensic efforts at the Saanich location and continuing, and we would like to acknowledge the work by multiple forensic identification teams from Victoria Police, Saanich Police, and the RCMP.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Like to acknowledge. Thank you for that, Emma.
Who are processing the significantly complex site. VMQ also continues to move its investigation forward and respect that the IIOBC is also conducting a concurrent investigation.
Whoa, what happened there with his eyes? That was weird. Maybe he had a problem with his contacts. Hey, Ronnie, how's it going? Ronnie, probably in little contact with Felix.
Anyone with recent information or interactions with the 2 male suspects who saw the Toyota Camry in the week prior to the incident or anything else that could be related are once again asked to contact the VMQ line at 250-380-6211.
112.
We understand that there might be a lot of questions still being wondered. The information that we provided in this statement is all we can provide at this time.
Oh, of course. It's ongoing.
Having said that, I can take a couple questions.
A couple.
As you've seen on Tuesday, it was a very chaotic scene with exchange of gunfire that resulted in injuries of...
I've never heard of the exchange of gunfire line.
Police officers.
Have you determined whether they're affiliated with any organization, group, gang, suspects?
Again, the investigation into their backgrounds is still ongoing. The investigation is progressing, and again, there's a concurrent investigation by the IIOBC. The only
Okay, so you have one side of the country, you have a search investigation, or 2, 3. I like the email about how the third investigation's getting kicked back. Anyway, oh boy, if you guys could have my mind. Now, IIO on one side of the country doing investigations into police shooting incident. Other side of the country, we have CERT investigating RCMP. Just miraculous coincidence.
information that we can provide at this time to protect those efforts into the investigation is that these 2 individuals are from Duncan. Their next of kin have been notified, and the families are requesting to see at this time. Yeah, I will spell it. Also, just be alive that the information will be available on our website right after.
Is that the government website?
So the last name is spelled
related?
AUCHTERLONIE.
I know it's going to seem like an obvious question, but I'm not going to answer it. Have you figured out what they were doing at the bank?
With the 22+1 at the bank. In the
Again,
morning.
the investigation is progressing. We have to be mindful that there is an IIO investigation that's being done concurrently to this police investigation. And this will be part of the answers that we're going to be seeking at. Again,
I swear, I've seen the same thing. I really have. You have to understand that there's a certain investigation going on. I can't comment on it.
We've gathered some information and evidence related to these 2 brothers, and this will take part of that investigation as well.
I'm asking, is this considered robbery or is this considered other?
Again, the investigation is still progressing, and these are the answers that we will be able to provide at a later time. I can respect that the public is very concerned about the well-being of those members. Out of respect to our colleagues at Saanich PD and Vic PD, I will just ask any media to contact those agencies with regards to the well-being of those officers. But again, the RCMP is very committed to supporting them. That's correct. The first name, Matthew, Mathew. And the second brother is Isaac, ISAAC.
Oh, Isaac.
Again, all the information that we
Biblical
provided
reference.
today will be available shortly after this press conference. Again, there's a progressing investigation concurrent with the IIO. There's a fulsome assessment and analysis of those firearms that were utilized. And because of this, there's no more information I can provide at this time.
Oh, so they have a difficult time with the firearms. They who, of course, run the firearms program. Is that in the news right now? Firearms, Bill Blair. The information that I know Canadians will surely understand, even though he knew that a week ahead of time. I don't know why the media doesn't play that quote. It is a wrecker.
Is there any indication at this point when the scene will be open for traffic and business beyond open?
No. However, as soon as we have that information when the scene will be released, there will be a public notification as soon as possible. And that is going to be done through the Saanich PD.
Well, at least they're going to do it with the Saanich PD, not with the tweeters. But I thought it was superior. Anyway, I guess they like the tweeters, though, some still. Have to keep it in the story. Now, let's see if it gets a little bit more interesting. Could it? Do you think? Maybe. We're pleased to announce February 1st, 2021, Central Saanich Police Service. We are pleased to announce the swearing in of our new Deputy Chief Constable, Kevin Hackett. Kevin Hackett. Have I heard this name before somewhere? February 2021. Yuki. Let's see. Shall Don't spoil surprises now. Just try this one. Let's just see. Let's just see. RCMP Assistant Commissioner Kevin Hackett, Defense Forces money laundering investigation. Oh, is that the same man? Is that the same man? Oh, it appears to be. Oh. Senior Mountie officers continue to, quote, successfully investigate transnational organized crime and money laundering in BC and have several priority investigations underway. Assistant Commissioner Kevin Hackett made the comment in response to BC's government's release of damning partial chapter in Peter German. Oh, Peter German. Should I go there? Should I go there? Oh boy. That's not today. Impending report of money laundering in real estate, luxury vehicle sales, and horse racing. German found that the RCMP team in Federal Serious Organized Crime Branch is more than 3/4 understaffed. You know, good to RCMP. They have a lot of staffing problems. But don't worry. That's part of the information that they don't want you to know. I won't do that document today. Very interesting. All the things that they're trying to not disclose to the sham. That was one of them. We don't want people to know that we're understaffed. Because they are. Because they have a problem keeping good police officers, I would say. Moreover, the 5 who are working simply refer potential criminal cases to BC's Civil Forfeiture Office, according to German. German is former deputy RCMP commissioner and a lawyer retained by the Ministry of the Attorney General. You know, Laurie Ward, Attorney General. In his statement, Hackett said that there needs to be recognition of the, quote, level of commitment, dedication, and efforts of the police officer civilian staff within the federal and provincial programs that investigate money laundering. Anybody heard of the Cullen Inquiry down on the West Coast? Let's see what else Kevin Hackett does. When did he retire? 3 leadership change. Officer in charge, RCMP detachment, da-da-da-da-da. Selected to become the RCMP's criminal operation officer in charge of federal investigative services, organized crime for the provincial province of BC. Continues, McDonald's previous positions were with, there's that thing again, CFSEU, rock. And, iHit. Everybody knows I've talked about iHit before. Brings considerable experience, position recently vacated by retiring Assistant Commissioner Kevin Hackett. 31-year career, blah, blah, blah. Strachan. Everybody, right? Call it an inquiry. Well, the Cullen Commission. Why? Because what did Kevin Hackett retire to? Before he went to Senate. But he didn't retire, really, because he had 2 positions going on at once. Crime group allegedly laundered millions through BC casinos. Over on the other side of our country, said Assistant Commissioner, the probe began last May. Investigators say they determined members of the alleged criminal organization behind several illegal gambling houses were helping drug traffickers launder money, as well as being involved in loan sharking, kidnapping, and extortion, said Assistant Commissioner Kevin Hackett of the Combined Forces Special Enforcement Unit. You know, Angela Howerla, CFSEU. Mike Butcher, I believe CFSEU. Who headed Ontario CFSU. Oh, come on, you know the name. So that is 2017. Oh. Assistant Commissioner, Criminal Operations Officer? Crops? Okay. Kevin Haskett. Who oversees what? He retired and he went into, why am I not finding it right now? Very strange. One moment, please. Yes. Lots of great help we have, I'll tell you. We are very blessed. I see a lot more new things coming up, but I'm not going to go there today because it's late and I better get on with other stuff. I have more reading to do. Where is it here? Come on, where did I put it? No, I put it in there. So he's doing organized crime. He's involved in some other stuff too. Strachan. You got a whole host of interesting names there, by the way. Peter German. Yeah, might want to look at Peter German. I've talked about some abuse stories within the RCMP before. We'll go there another day. How's that? Just a little more to look at. I'm glad you got to meet up with some RCMP, the judges, by the way, from Ukraine. Good job. Subtle introductions of everything. So interesting. Isn't it? Miraculous coincidence, I would say. Hopefully I presented it, yes. There you go. Angela, CFSEU, warrants. Just happened to switch. Angela, who was down there early that night. Freezies. Anyway, hopefully I presented it in a way that is somewhat comprehensible. If you read through the articles, you'll see a lot of subtle things that are slipped in there. I, again, am not saying anything didn't happen. I would never say such a thing. That would be wrong. And my hearts go out to the 6 unnamed officers and their families. Maybe it'll be like David Lamb. I don't know. Just disappears. Poor oh dear, I'm very worried about her computer. Hackett would have worked heavily in FinTrack. Ceases. I wonder if he's friends with Jessica. Could it be? When she's in the FinTrack mode, kind of clicks, changes. Maybe she's in FinTrack today, ceases tomorrow. Oh, right, ceases all the time. Oh, God. Blocking me, seriously. Block Todd. Just because mentioned it on this video. He never did anything. He just asked, does she have a Twitter account? I linked it. Boom! Blocked. Oh, they watching. The problem is, we watch closer and we smarter. Don't forget. Lots of good people. God bless you all. God bless the 23, not 22 and one pregnant woman. 23, not 22. Have a fantastic day. Next week will be interesting.